present, we will commence with the City of West Sacramento special meeting of the West Sacramento City Council and West Sacramento Redevelopment Successor Agency and West Sacramento Financing Authority, May 18th, 2022 meeting. We will proceed with the Pledge of Allegiance led by our Director of Public Works for Operation and Maintenance, William Roberts.
Good evening. Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And thank you, Mr. Roberts. I just wanted to say that we really appreciate all you've done for us in our city as we celebrate and recognize the work you've done for public works and throughout the city. So thank you so much for all that you've done.
Thank you so much for recognizing that, Madam Mayor. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Welcome. City Attorney, please provide a report on the closed session.
Yes, ma'am. The council met in closed session with its labor negotiators to discuss negotiations with the Police Officers Association and with Firefighters Association. No reportable action was taken. Council also met to discuss initiation of litigation and no reportable action was taken.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the instructions for today's meeting.
The City Council meeting will be conducted via teleconference pursuant to Government Code Section 54953E. The City Council adopted Resolution 2246 on April 20th, 2022, confirming that a statewide state of emergency continues to exist because of the COVID-19 virus pandemic, and that the Yolo County Public Health Officer continues to recommend measures to promote social distancing. Members of the public are asked to watch the meeting on live stream on the city's website or via Wave Cable Channel 20. Public comment may be provided using Zoom or through email by emailing comments to clerk@cityofwestsacramento.org. Public comments sent via email before 5:30 p.m. this evening have been provided to the City Council and are posted on the city's website. When it is time for public comment, you may give your public comment via Zoom. The time is limited to 3 minutes and can only be made on matters within the City of West Sacramento's jurisdiction. The council cannot take action or deliberate on items that are not on the agenda unless there is an emergency and the need to take action arose after the agenda was posted. If you would like to provide comment, when it is time, you may press the raise hand button or *9 on your telephone. Speakers will be called on in the order that their hands are raised. Please leave your hand raised until you have finished making your comment. When your name is called, the clerk will unmute you and will notify you when your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item on our agenda is item 1, which are presentations by the public on matters not included on the agenda. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes, and the clerk will notify you when your time is up. And council members are prohibited from discussing any matters presented at this time. Madam Clerk, do we have anything in writing or live public comment requests?
The public comments submitted via writing have been provided to the City Council. If anybody in attendance this evening would like to make a comment on items that are not on the agenda, please raise your hand at this time. We have one hand raised. Maria Grijalva.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I would like to do a land acknowledgement. Since time immemorial, this land has been the home of the Patwin people. Today, there are three federally recognized Patwin tribes: the Catch-Hill Dihi Band of Wintu Indians of the Calusa Indian Community, the Keltsil Dihi Band of Wintu Indians, and the Cocha Dihi Wintu Nation. The Patwin people have remained committed to the stewardship of this land over many centuries. It has been cherished and protected as elders have instructed the young through generations. We are honored and grateful to be here today on their traditional lands. And as we start this City Council meeting today, I would like to remind everyone that on item number 26 is the District Council maps that we're going to be addressing. And I want to remind everyone, especially our City Council members, that the purpose of those maps are remedial in nature, and they are the purpose is the CVRA and is only to benefit people of color. It is not to benefit, it's benefit minorities and not to benefit white people, if I may use that term, as Joe Biden was able to use that term today really well. And so I want to remind, if we do not settle correctly, the city is in contempt of court, and we will do whatever is necessary to have a judge decide what's proper. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Our next speaker is Timothy Allen. Mr. Allen?
Yeah, so I remember what happened with Gideona Geraldo when she's like, show me the numbers, show me the numbers. They went on the screen, showed her the numbers, showed her that with map 6, there's a 2% increase in voter turnout compared to just 19%. And so there's over 20%, which is like 21, and then 19%. We showed her the number, Gideona. We showed you the number, okay? And you still decided to fuck us over. You still decided, okay, you still decided.
Madam Mayor, I want to just say that that item is on the agenda later, so if that speaker would like to raise his hand when that item comes up, and please avoid using profanity, we can allow him to speak at that time. But this is for matters not on tonight's agenda.
That's correct. And the speaker can speak at that time, I agree, without profanity, please. Thank you, to be respectful of all the audience, and we can't bleed you out, sorry. It just needs to show restraint, but interested in what you have to say.
Our next speaker is Maria Garcia. Ms. Garcia, would you like to provide your comment?
Sí, mi comentario es acerca de lo que estaban hablando al principio, que viene siendo cuando uno hace el juramento y hablan acerca de que tenemos tenemos las mismas, somos una nación con justicia para todos, como dicen al principio. Y hablando sobre esto, me gustaría hablar sobre banquetas para Broderick y Bright, que ya tenemos muchísimos años que hemos pedido banquetas en Broderick y Bright y no las han puesto hasta este momento.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Our next speaker is Rhonda Pope Flores. Ms. Flores?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to talk about the last city council meeting. And I wanted to express my concern, and I guess I would say unhappiness is probably putting it lightly, with the way I see a few of the city council members conduct themselves. It is not appropriate to be, taking jabs, calling out, and adding political agenda up of what you already are required to. I would ask of one, we're all watching. We all see who has the good intention or it's sad to see the things that go on. I've seen it a number of times. And I just, council that's representing everyone, that this one is divided. And it's unfortunate, you're cheating your constituents. Please, if you really care about your community, your constituents, and the issues, stop taking jabs at one another and do your job. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Aguilar.
Hi, my name is Susan Aguirre. I am a Broderick and Bright resident. I just wanted to translate what Miss Maria, I think was her name, what she said. She was referring to how the meeting started with liberty and justice for all. And by that, she was saying that we should all, you know, the Pledge of Allegiance itself says that we need to have equal opportunity in this country, and that we have been asking for sidewalks here in Broderick and Bright for quite some time, and it hasn't been addressed. So I just wanted to translate that for anybody who doesn't speak Spanish. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carlos Alcala. Mr. Alcala?
Yes, I wanted to comment districting. Is this an appropriate time to do that?
Districting is coming up later in the agenda. Item 26.
Should I comment now or wait until 6 is up?
I think it's best to wait till 26 comes up.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We have another hand raised. Mr. Rafferty, would you like to provide your comment on non-agenda items?
Yes, before we get to item 26, I would hope that the city would allow recording of this session as required by the Brown Act. There are obviously very serious issues of the temperament of the members, and also we had a breach of an agreement between the plaintiffs and the city attorneys regarding a presentation that was to be made this evening. And I think it's appropriate, since we'll be in court on Monday, to have this proceeding recorded in a manner that is fully accessible to the public as required by law. And I would again ask that the transcripts of all of the hearings be made available publicly by the clerk as she has been requested. Thank you.
The meeting is being recorded, but I will also begin the Zoom recording right now so that we have 2 recordings of the meeting moving forward.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Matthew Hargrove. Mr. Hargrove?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I just wanted to support Mr. Rafferty's request that the meeting be taped. I appreciate that. I'd also like to make a request that Mr. Rafferty's in-court arguments be made in court, and that we have a city council meeting where members of the city who live in the city have equal time, and that he doesn't get 5 times the amount to comment on this as people who live in the city. Thank you.
We have no additional hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next is our consent agenda items 2 through 25, and I will pull item 23. May has been the largest month. Are there any other request items to be pulled for this evening? No? Okay. So for item 23, we have a representative from the National Association of Mental Illness, Treya Marchand. If she can be brought forward, I think if we can see her, that would be great. And can you hear us, Treya?
Just one moment, please. She has joined the panel, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. And so thank you. Treya, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, thank you. Well, I just want to say thank you so much for all of your work here in Yolo County. The National Association of Mental Illness is such a pillar of support and strength for those with experiencing mental illness, either directly or through a family member. And I know your family has been through through a lot as well. And I don't know anybody else that's representative throughout the county other than you at this time, in experiencing, what we've had in the pandemic, seeing that we have first responders who, I've read in our police report, like over 1,000 of them have come in contact in the last year for, crisis intervention support, and hearing that those that are coming off the streets from homelessness, we're seeing a higher incidence of those with, severe mental illness, and trying to find the resources for them. And you really understand the situation well. And I just want to be able to, present the proclamation from the City of West Sacramento City Council, as we all are strongly committed here to declaring May 2022 as Mental Health Awareness Month. And we know that there's an estimated 20% of the United States population who have experience with mental illness. And suicide is the second leading cause of death for ages 25 to 34, and the third leading cause of death for youth ages 10 to 24. And whereas in 2021, 956 West Sacramento's age 3 to 93 engaged in mental health services with the Yolo County Health and Human Services Agency, and 14,561 mental health services were provided. And whereas during the COVID pandemic, additional stress and social isolation have contributed to an increase in mental health awareness and the need to make everyone feel comfortable in seeking help and support to manage these times. And whereas engaging in prevention, early identification, and early intervention are as effective ways to reduce the burden of mental illness as they are to reduce the burden of their chronic conditions. And whereas several agencies and community organizations are collaborating in their efforts to address mental health concerns, including Yolo County Mental Health Board and Yolo County Health and Human Services Agency Wellness Centers in West Sacramento, Woodland, and Davis, and the school district. Whereas mental health awareness is supported by the year-long efforts of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, YOLO chapter, to raise awareness of mental health issues and services. Whereas providing community-based mental health services can strengthen families and educate citizens of West Sacramento and Yolo County about treatments and programs available, as well as assist to reduce the stigma associated with mental illness. So proclaiming this month as mental health, May is Mental Health Awareness Month. I just wanted to invite you to provide any comments, thoughts.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and good evening, members of the council. As president of the Yolo County chapter of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, I just wanted to say thank you for recognizing May as Mental Health Awareness Month. I will be brief, but I did want to let you and all of the members of your community know that we do provide support groups and education classes for people who are living with mental illness and their families. We welcome anyone to contact us at friends@namiyolo.org for more information. I also wanted to stress to this community and to the council that we are looking to expand our partnerships with both the City of West Sacramento and the communities that you serve. We most recently have started to expand those partnerships by touring the Family Resource Center with Jennifer Lahai and discussing potential partnership opportunities with her. And we really look forward to continuing to work with you to grow our presence and support in the West Sacramento community. I also wanted to mention that we advocate on behalf of people living with mental illness and their families. And this year, our message is very simple for all of those listening. It is housing, housing, housing. This will not surprise you, as I'm sure, but we are advocating for all types of housing, including permanent residences with 24-hour care, as well as short-term crisis beds and everything in between. The good news is that there's a lot of money out there from the state and federal government, and it's really going to be up to us at the local level to help find the communities that will accept that housing and to get it built so the people who are in need have a place to live and the services that they need. So again, thank you so much for this proclamation, and we very much appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you, Trey. I really appreciate it. And just wanted to ask if any of my fellow council members wanted to say a few words.
I can get myself off mute. I will. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hey, hello,
Yes,
Petrea. Thanks. Thank you. Hello, Petrea. Good to see you. And I know the great work you do for your organization. I know you would feel the same in recognizing all the folks at the county, folks that have served on various boards throughout the years, the Yolo County Health Board. But it does indeed take a village, right, to kind of help push the community forward. I know we as a city have gotten behind this council has and mental health initiatives in the past. to try to bring awareness, to take away the stigma, to make resources more available. So, and couldn't do it without the partnership of folks at the county as well. And I'll thank our Supervisor Villegas for his work in helping to bring services to West Sacramento over the past few years. But it is indeed a lot of folks who are indeed trying to pull the resources here where it's needed in West Sacramento. The services are where they are needed. And to the families out there who have to deal with mental health issues, know that there's help, know that there's others that have gone through it, know that there's support systems available and resources that are available. This is something that has been close to my family's heart for a few years. And I know the resources and the support you get when you simply raise your hand and we'll know. So again, just thank you, Patricia, and more importantly, thanks to those who are supporting her.
Thank you so much. All right, and thank you so much, Patricia. I really appreciate you being present tonight. Next is our regular agenda item number 25, under City Manager, is consideration of an award of contract for Farmers Market Management Services to Unseen Heroes, LLC, and approval of Resolution 22-61, authorizing budget appropriations related to farmers market operations costs. Mr. Doug Drost is our Government Affairs Manager.
Madam Mayor, we didn't take a vote on the consent agenda.
And we didn't vote on the consent, sorry. I'll take a motion to approve the consent.
So moved. By Alcala.
Seconded. Early.
Madam Clerk, Councilmember Alcala moved and Councilmember Early seconded. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Early.
Aye.
Councilmember Alcala.
Aye.
Councilmember Ledesma.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco.
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero.
Aye. All right, this consent agenda is approved. Thank you so much for yanking me back to difficult on this one. So, Mr. Drost.
Yes, hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Doug Drost, Government Affairs Manager. The purpose of this agenda item is to recommend that City Council establish a weekly farmers market in the Bridge District by taking two actions. First, awarding a contract to Unseen Heroes, LLC, for farmers market management services. And then secondly, adopting Resolution 2261 that would approve budget allocation to support market operations. As I think you're probably all aware, in the 2021 strategic plan, City Council identified exploration of a riverfront area farmers market as a priority item on the management agenda, not only in recognition of the many benefits associated with farmers market, ranging from increased access to fresh, nutritious food to healthy communities and encouraging community engagement, but also as a way to further activate our riverfront area, particularly in this case, the Bridge District, as the city's primary entertainment area. And so in October 2021, we issued an RFP to solicit a market manager. In doing so, tried to implement some lessons learned from the previous farmers market located on West Capitol that ultimately proved to be unsustainable. Just a couple notes on that. For instance, we did not specify a location for the market. Generally located in the riverfront area, asked the private managers to identify where they thought the best location for a market would be in terms of both operating logistics and attracting attendees. We also didn't put any rigid restrictions on programming, such as not allowing non-food vendors or requiring it to be a strictly certified organic market, really looking to broaden horizons in terms of ideas on what could be implemented and be popular and ultimately sustainable. We tried to create a competitive environment on this procurement, sent out the RFP to over 20 market operators in the greater Northern California area. We only received one response based on some of the feedback I got on that. We released fairly late in the market calendar. A lot of operators were booked up for 2022, and frankly, it's a popular community amenity, especially in the region, and there just aren't that many operators out there, so not a lot of folks looking for new business. But we are very confident in the proposal we got. It's attached to a report. It's thorough, and we're confident with Unseen Heroes and their track record of managing large-scale events in the community, particularly farmers markets as well. A little background on them: founded in 2008. You can see in their proposal, they have deep ties to the region, have many positive reviews and accolades for their ability to pull off these big placemaking type events. In particular, I'll highlight that they managed the Midtown Sacramento Farmers Market for many years, growing it into what it's become today, which is quite popular, as well as the Gather Oak Park series of community events. Most recently, they launched a new market concept in Elk Grove called the Neighborhood Market. That was in September 2020. It's located at Elk Grove's recently completed community center. And on Thursday nights, it's proven very successful despite opening really in the midst of the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. We see that success as being attributed to Unseen Heroes' unique combination of traditional elements of a farmer's market with various entertainment, non-food vendors, and interactive community engagement, including partnerships with nonprofits, local groups, community groups. And really their proposal is to bring the success of Neighborhood Elk Grove to West Sacramento as Neighborhood Market West Sac. Once we got that proposal and identified that it had some promise, we worked with a cross-departmental team here at the city and Unseen Heroes to kind of nail down location and timing. Ultimately, we settled on Ballpark Drive adjacent to Sutter Health Park on a Saturday morning market. In terms of the timing, very family friendly Saturday morning, and also hoping to perhaps avail ourselves to some of the patrons of what was formerly the South Side Market underneath Highway 50 that's been displaced due to construction there. In terms of location, obviously very central, not only in West Sacramento, but also to the greater Sacramento area. Good walking and biking access, visibility from not only the highway, but the various streets around the ballpark. There's also ample parking for those that want to do their shopping and take their goods home via car if they don't have the ability to walk or bike. And that large space along Ballpark Drive has some good landscaping, green space that we thought would be a good amenity for people to make use of while they're there. And it's also big enough to expand the market if it proves successful. On the note on parking, we have secured and are awaiting final sign off on use of the lot that's at the southeast corner of Tower Bridge Gateway and Riverfront, right across from the right field gate to Sutter Health Park, and expect that to be completed shortly. I'll wrap up on that point just by saying that if the council approves these recommendations, Unseen Heroes is looking to launch the market in June, so very quickly here, and they would manage it weekly through the end of the year. If we want to continue in future years, we probably want to start earlier, probably around March in future years. Really believe this concept has the ability to be sustainable, be scalable, and to be a community asset, and really a staple of the Bridge District as it continues to build out in future years. Briefly, I'll just turn to some of the financial aspects of this recommendation. Resolution 2261 authorizes a budget allocation, not only for the management contract, but also for some associated costs that the city is going to incur to support operations. Specifically, it's a $320,388 appropriation from the one-time general fund, and then $49,000 from Community Facilities District R. There's really two primary drivers on the cost. First, really associated with starting up the market and the management and marketing of the market. This is personnel, market infrastructure and equipment, including branded tents, tables, chairs, signage, trash receptacles, restroom facilities, and the like. And the good thing, one of the positive things about Unseen Heroes is they are very adept at public relations and marketing, and so some of this funding will go to paid media to get the word out as well. We're going to be tracking our expenses closely with an eye towards generating savings wherever possible. It's important to note that a lot of these costs are really one-time in nature, directly associated with the initial startup, and, getting people out to patronize the market. I think the expectation shared by the staff here, as well as Unseen Heroes, is that this is going to be a successful market, and as it gets ramped up, ongoing business revenues are going to make it mostly self-sufficient as we look into out years. And at the end of this calendar year, we're going to have the opportunity to sit down with Unseen Heroes, look back on what we actually end up expending and what their level of revenues are to see what makes sense in terms of negotiating an ongoing subsidy level, if any, is necessary for ongoing years. Just a side note on that is that they do have extensive experience with corporate sponsorship. We've had some preliminary discussions on that point, but it hasn't been real yet, since council has not approved this. And so that might be another means to offset direct costs to the city in future years. And then finally, the second cost component on this that I mentioned briefly is just the city resources that are going to be dedicated here: police department presence, traffic control, message boards, and street sweeping, among some other costs. These could come down as well. I think, this is going to be a learning experience for us as a city staff. And in practice, things might be different than what we anticipate at this point, but we really wanted to come up with a comprehensive estimate of what could be needed here. I'll conclude my comments there. We have Rashawn Davis, who's the co-founder, CEO of Unseen Heroes here, along with his colleague, Joel Robertson. I'd like to give Rashawn just a brief opportunity to introduce himself and explain why he's excited about this opportunity to work with the city. But I'll close there, and I'll be on hand, as well as Rashawn, to answer any questions. Rashawn, you're out there?
I am. Thank you for that introduction, Doug. That was amazing. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Rashawn Davis with Unseen Heroes. And like Doug said, we've been in this business for 14 years now of just community development and creating space for community to connect. And it's just so important right now for all of us that have been in the house for the last 2 years to have a space to come together and just be in community. One of the things about Neighborhood Market that I'll share is we just want to highlight what's good in the community and give the community a space to be prideful of and create that pride around that area. So we're all about creating partnerships and giving, opportunities to folks that are in the community, that are in West Sac proper. That's where we always put our intention of, is those folks in the neighborhood. And then also just being that place to connect, with the community. And the thing that I always stress with these markets and things like that is the economic impact that it has on the small businesses. That was one of the main reasons that we did what we did and we do what we do, is because these small businesses really need it, right? And then also it gives an asset for the community to support as well, with food and fresh produce and things like that. So, our approach is always grassroots. We go connect with folks in the community that have already been doing these things and give them that platform. So just wanted to say that. Joel, if you have anything to say, you can jump in, but thank you for the opportunity to just come in and support the community with this market.
Joelle, would you like to say anything?
Hey everyone, Rashawn, I think you covered it all. We are very, very much looking forward to partnering with the city of West Sacramento and really diving deep to what's good in your neighborhood. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Alcala.
Thank you so much. I am so excited. This was my contribution to our strategic plan last year, but everyone loved it. Everyone agreed that it was a great idea. And I am so happy that it's finally happening. I want to thank you, Doug, Aaron, our city staff, and Unsung Heroes for taking this on. I'm just so happy because a public market, in the old days, that's really what brought a community together. And I believe that's what's going to happen this time. And there's so many facets that you've included in there, Doug, that you mentioned, that I hadn't even anticipated. All the music and, things besides produce coming in. I believe that this is going to really revitalize the area. When I was attending the public markets in in Sacramento, I ran into so many people from West Sacramento who were asking that we bring a market, into the area. So I know that this is going to be very successful. I really have a feeling that everyone is going to support this. And I just want to say, I'm just really happy that this is happening. And thank you everyone for supporting this measure. I know we haven't taken a vote yet, but I think this is just another wonderful thing that, we have planned for the future of West Sacramento. Thank you.
Mayor Pro-Tem Orozco.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Alcala. Years ago, when we had our farmers market on West Capitol Avenue, I would take the kids out there and let them pick their produce, and we would, make really cool. Sometimes they weren't all that cool, but we would do what we could to make a recipe with the stuff that the vendors brought forth. And we have some fantastic farms in our community with folks that are just they put so much sweat equity in the work they do, and then end up donating it oftentimes. I know like Alfred Melbourne on this call, donates to the YOLO food bank. We often will give his produce to people in need of, fresh food and that they otherwise wouldn't be able to access. So this is absolutely a benefit to our community. I can't wait for the community it brings together more than anything. The vendors, the patrons, the kids, the safe environment, and more of anything, the ability to contact one another finally and safely. So kudos and thank you. Look forward to it as well.
All right. All the council members want to speak at this time?
I'll say my comments after public comment.
Sure. Sounds good. Okay, I'm going to open it up for public comment. At this time, Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, our first speaker is Justin Herrig. Mr. Herrig?
Hi, it's Justine.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. It happens to me all the time. Hi, everybody. I just wanted to chime in and say that I totally support this. I think this is going to be amazing to have a farmers market. I've been when the West Sac one was kind of off Capitol, and I was sad when it didn't continue in fruition. But I think it's a great location that this one's planning, like off Ballpark. I walk that area like on the daily, and it's great to see kind of how the Bridge District is growing. And I think that's a central point to really kind of connect with what's going on in the Bridge District. It's very central to the Washington District, and it's local to like Sacramento. So hopefully you can bring in some of those people from Sacramento who go to their farmers markets down there. And I'm also really excited to hear that it's Unseen Heroes that are going to hopefully head it, because I've seen what they've done with the Midtown market, which has been amazing. And so if they can bring even just a slice of that to a market here in West Sacramento, I think we're going to have some amazing things for the community and amenities. And another reason why I think it's a great location kind of around the baseball park is that we have those murals coming up right now, and those are amazing. So people are hopefully going to want to walk to the farmers market, see those cool murals, and take all those fun photos. So I think this is amazing, and I just really wanted to get on here briefly to share my excitement that I would be there every day once it comes up to connect the community with the local farms that we have very uniquely located within West Sac, and also to bring any unique vendors. So totally support this. Glad to hear it's moving forward and that we have an experienced vendor who can really kind of see the vision to make it happen. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Alfred Melbourne. Mr. Melbourne? Oh, Mr. Melbourne, you may provide your comment now.
Greetings, Madam Mayor and City Council. Thank you all. I'm very curious to hear the details now. I seen when the RFA came out, and just we didn't have the capacity really to put forward at that time, but it's nice to hear that. There's some people came forward, the Unseen Heroes, and they have sounds was like an awesome plan for us. It would be an addition. You mentioned, thank you, Karina, the work that we're doing with the farms in the community and building a sustainable, more resilient, food sovereign, system for us locally. There is a designation of a food desert over here in the Broderick and Bright area. So our goal ultimately is not to think that we can feed everyone right here, but we can plant the seeds and create a model for other communities and community members to follow. You know, we have 4 small farm spaces in the community now, and our goal prior to the pandemic was to expand to 50 so that, I mean, creating a model for other members to follow. And like I said, it's a resiliency, food sovereignty. And hopefully with this connection, Unseen Heroes coming out and organizing, sounds like they have some fun things planned. We can shed some light on the fact that, you know, it's time to rebuild the soil in our communities and keep food here where we grow and native plant so that we can rebuild the native ecology and support, climate resilient farming. And yeah, it's just really exciting. But I just think that we have a chance to highlight and connect with each other. And there's other farms locally, of course, the Center for Land-Based Learning, we can't leave them out. But yeah, really excited and looking forward to see how this turns out.
Our next speaker is Maria Grijalva. Ms. Grijalva?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wanted to make sure that that the vendors accept EBT cards so that folks that have food stamps are able to purchase food or vegetables. And I'm assuming that folks like Alfred Melbourne from 3 Gardens and our local gardens are going to be vendors there. I'm assuming that they're being incorporated without, it's an automatic, I assume. And so thank you for this farmers market. And I'm not exactly sure, I wasn't paying attention to its location, but I'm sure that it's geographically user-friendly, and I didn't get the details though. But anyway, thank you so much for having a farmers market. We really need one. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Timothy Allen. Mr. Allen?
Hey guys. So I just wanted to just reiterate what Maria said. It's very important that low-income individuals have access to a quote-unquote farmer's market, and that prices shouldn't be like Safeway. You know, if I'm going to travel however many miles, or if I'm going to go local, I want to go local, and I want to make sure that what I'm buying is quality food. And I should be able to use my EBT card. I should be able to, you know, do all of these things, but we also shouldn't, we also shouldn't disqualify individuals that are already living in my current area on top of the bridge district, So there's that, and then there's parking. When I went to go apply for a apartment on my own, I had to pay $150 a month to park on the side of the street. And I'm like, well, if I'm paying $7,000 taxes already, and why am I paying an extra $150 a month for parking on a street that should have been maintained or is being maintained by the city? Why am I paying the city this? It makes no sense. So we have the farmers market, EBT, location, it needs to be by poor communities and wealthy communities alike. Okay, it needs to be equal. And just for the location part, and also want to thank City Council Member Norma for getting this in the works, and all the City Council members and Madam Mayor. And with that, I yield back.
We have no additional speakers.
Mayor, I would like to move that we approve this.
All right, thank you, Norma and Councilmember Paula. And I'll close the public comment and bring it back to council. We have a motion, but I do want to allow for other members of council to speak.
Yeah, thank you. No, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll take the moment just to fully support this initiative. Part of what brought me to City Council from day one is the ability how we can create places for people to gather, the community to gather, farmers markets have been around since I've been on board and kind of come and gone, but we've also, this is really important, I think, for the community because we have a long, rich history of being connected to food and farming and the way we grow our food in Yolo County. And I just really think this is this is something I was supportive from the beginning. Wanted to see, more importantly, I want to see people back together. In the pandemic, this will be, hopefully people still will try to be safe in the open air arena that this will be, but certainly this is helpful to be out in public and outside. I think the location is perfect on the riverfront, centrally located. I think parking, I think I saw the plans where there is designated parking for the area, but easy access in and out. And I would encourage more and more people to use other forms of transit other than cars. Make it via Yolo bus, bikes, scooters, whatever you can get to. That's the beauty of this area is you can get to it. It's pretty accessible. And so anyway, just supportive. I'm really happy for the community that we, it's been a while. Pandemic has slowed us down from being able to do things in public. That we've done farmers markets. We have urban farms. We've been innovators in this space, and just getting the farmers market right is been a hard thing. Hopefully, we can make this. The community can make this successful. So, fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Early.
I just want to reiterate what my colleagues have said and shared. I too remember our farmers market that we had previously, and bringing my little one there, actually my son, who is now 20, bringing him to those farmers markets. And I remember also being saddened when we didn't have them anymore. And so I am really, really hopeful that not only is this a success, but we can make it an institution and that it becomes a permanent fixture for our community. Because I do think these kinds of gatherings, I do think having access to fresh food, also echo what we heard in public comment, that all incomes should be able to access these opportunities in regards to having fresh food. And so hopefully I would be shocked if vendors didn't take EBT, but really, really excited for this. I will be there. So I will do my part to make it successful.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Early. Before we take a vote, I just want to put my 2 cents that I really appreciate Mr. Joseph, you put the package together, and for the effort to put an RFP. I know it just narrows it down really fast, but I got to say we got one of the best ones in the region, and St. Heroes is highly recognized and just very successful. So I'm so grateful that you had your eye on the RFP, what was out there, because sometimes it's hard to track. And you put forward, the effort and continued collaboration working with the city to make this successful. And we want to be able to partner with you as well as our county services, getting the word out, making sure that our entire city is aware and doing what we can to publicize, and working maybe with Visit Sacramento or other partner organizations to make them aware of the press, make them aware of our new farmers market. And grateful to Councilmember Alcala for bringing this forward. I know this is an initiative she put forward, and glad to see that it's coming to fruition at last. And I know that seeing Mayor Pro Tem Orozco's barn behind her, and this is going to be another fun asset. I think Fulcrum Property, conversing with them, we're very excited about the farmers market. So hearing from the residents who are living there and in the area that they have really wanted to have one come back, and to be able to shop local gives us an opportunity to keep our dollars back in here in West Sacramento, and to enjoy a new amenity that is hopefully going to be starting up right around the corner, along with others that are going to be around in that particular area. So thank you so much to all the staff and everyone who worked on this, and everyone's enthusiastic support for this agenda item. With that, Madam, I'll accept a second.
I'll second.
Councilmember Ledesma, second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Early. Aye. Councilmember Alcala.
Aye.
Councilmember Ledesma.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco.
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero.
Aye. This item is approved. Next, we will go to our public hearing time set agenda, item number 26, in the city manager's consideration of resolution 25-1 adopting a map of city council districts and consideration of and first reading of ordinance 22-17 amending chapter 2.16 of the West Sacramento Municipal Code to establish a district-based system of elections for members of city council. And Mr. Robinson, our deputy city manager, and Mr. Joe Armenta with our redistricting partners is present to provide a presentation.
Thank you. As with previous meetings we've had on this subject, I'll provide some brief framing comments, and then redistricting partners will make a presentation, after which council can receive public comment and discuss the item. For this item, the council essentially has three tasks before it this evening. One, make a final selection of a district map, which would be effectuated by resolution 22-51. Second, conduct a first reading of ordinance 22-17, which would establish district-based elections and set the sequence of those elections. And then third, accept testimony concerning changing the mayoral term from its current 2 years to a 4-year term. I'd like to outline each of these elements separately. On the final map selection, throughout this process, the council has received and considered over 50 map submittals from the public. At your meeting of May 10th, the council selected map 4A from a group of maps that the council had chosen to advance for consideration as the city's final map. In order to comply with the settlement agreement with Grijalva et al., the council must formally adopt a map this evening. Staff heard majority support for map 4A at your meeting of May 10th, so resolution 22-51 as drafted would formalize the council's selection of map 4A. However, technically, the council could still choose one of the other draft maps from May 10th, though no further changes can be made to them at this point. For establishing district-based elections, ordinance 22-17 would amend the city's municipal code to formally adopt the district-based election system. This action must be taken today in order to comply with the settlement agreement. The ordinance would return to the council for adoption on June 1st. Ordinance 22-17 also contains language that would establish the sequence of the city's district elections. At present, the ordinance text would set the election sequence to the staff recommendation, which is for districts 3 and 4 to run in 2022 and districts 1 and 2 to run in 2024. However, I want to emphasize the council is not obligated to accept staff's recommended sequencing. The council can direct that a different sequence be substituted into ordinance 22-17 prior to taking formal action completing the first reading of the ordinance. The council can choose any sequence it prefers, provided that it gives special consideration to the purposes of the CVRA and to the preferences expressed by members of the district. With regard to the mayoral term, the settlement agreement requires the city to receive public testimony on potentially changing the city's mayoral term, which is currently 2 years to 4 years. This issue has been open for discussion throughout the districting process and has received very little public testimony. If the council wants the current 2-year mayoral term to continue as is, it can simply hear public testimony and give staff no additional direction, which would leave the 2-year mayoral term in place. If the council wants to take immediate action to change the mayoral term from 2 years to 4 years, it can direct that ordinance 22-17 be modified to include language effectuating that change. Another option that the council may consider is to create a ballot measure to allow voters to directly express their preferences on the mayoral term. If the council wants to explore this approach, it would simply give staff direction to bring back an item for council consideration in the future. In that scenario, staff would like to hold a workshop on June 1st, and if directed by council, bring an item back for consideration on June 15th. Based on a preliminary conversation with Yolo County Elections, we believe there's time to use this schedule and still get the resolution submitted to the county in time for the November 2022 election. So with that, staff recommends approval of the actions recommended in the staff report, which are to approve resolution 22-51, adopting a map of city council districts, waive first reading and read by title and number only, ordinance 22-17, amending chapter 2.16 of the West Sacramento Municipal Code to establish a district-based system of elections for the city council, and to authorize the city manager or his designee to take any actions necessary to effectuate the city's transition to district-based elections consistent with the council's intent as articulated in resolution 22-51 and ordinance 22-17, including but not limited to filing all necessary paperwork with the Yolo County Elections Office. Before I close, I would like to acknowledge that Scott Rafferty has submitted some documentation that's been made available to the council, and it's available online on the city's website with the other materials from the public comments. if anybody wants to follow along with that while he's speaking this evening. So with that, that's the end of my presentation, and I will turn it over to Redistricting Partners.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Madam Mayor, City Council, members of the public. My name is Joe Armenta. I'm joined by Paul Mitchell, and together we're with Redistricting Partners. We are a firm that helps municipalities across California with both the redistricting and districting process. Tonight we have a very quick presentation. This will be my quickest one yet. So we want to get over to public comments. Just 1 second, let me set everything up here. Just to confirm, you can see my screen, correct?
Yes.
So today we're going to be talking about the final draft plan as John laid out. The things we'll cover are just a quick overview of the Fair Maps Act criteria. We will cover the final draft plan that was elevated last week, and we will talk a little bit about the sequencing of election. So just as a reminder though, of how we've got here, this is just a timeline of the process. We've held a number of hearings and workshops, both mostly virtually, but also we did hold two workshops in person throughout the last few months. And basically we ended up at last week's meeting where we narrowed down our selection to one map. That map has been posted online on May 11th to meet the 7-day time requirement for final maps to be posted for consideration. And then we are on May 18th, which is the vote that will take place on the final map. Just a overview of the criteria. Districts should need to be relatively equal size within a 10% deviation as established by U.S. Supreme Court precedent. Districts need to be contiguous, so all the parts of the district need to be touching each other. They need to maintain communities of interest. They need to follow, city and census designated place boundaries, and then also to keep district compact. So we're not drawing squiggly lines all over the place. The Fair Maps Act prohibits us from drawing districts to advantage or disadvantage a political party. And then we also don't take into consideration incumbent or potential candidate residences when we're drawing these district lines. So with that said, we have arrived at draft plan 4A. This is it on my screen here. This map was originally a public submission that was renamed to draft map 4A just to provide clarity. But as you can see here, there's 2 northern districts, 2 southern districts. Kind of keeps up with a quadrant idea that the council mentioned, and then it brings together a lot of communities that had testified before. This map too is compliant with all the criteria I just laid out. And then also, if we just look at the deviation, we are at 9.1%, so we are within that 10% total deviation. Just a quick note on sequencing. We talked about this a lot at the last meeting, so I won't dwell on it too much, but as John mentioned, at a certain point, you will direct the staff and pass a resolution with the numbering and sequencing of the elections. Basically, you will officially ascribe a number to each district, and then you will let the county know when which district is up in which election year. Again, we had a long discussion on this. We're happy to answer questions when you get to this, but at the end of the day, this is the council's decision for for both numbering the districts, so which district has which number, but also which district will be up in each election year. So with that said, that is the end of my presentation. I'm happy to turn it back over to the council.
All right, thank you. Open it up to council for questions, comments, thoughts. I guess we're all ready to open it up for public comment at this point. And Madam Clerk?
If you'd like to provide public comment on this agenda item, please raise your hand at this time.
And I think we'll go to Mr. Mitchell first, who has a limited time of 10 minutes. And thereafter, thank you. Sorry,
Mr. Rafferty?
Rafferty, yes. Freudian slip.
Mr. Rafferty, would you like to provide your comment?
Yes.
Mr. Rafferty, I think you have a PowerPoint presentation you're going to be reading from, which is on the public comment website. If all the members of the audience and council members who received a copy, you can follow along, Mr. Rafferty, at this PowerPoint presentation.
Well, I was told we were going to present slides, and I guess I had prepared for that, and now I understand they're not going to be shown. So I
Mr. City
we're
Manager,
have to.
can you provide some clarification for this, please?
Sure. The slides that Mr. Rafferty is referring to were included with the public comment. The council was provided them separately. So I would say that Mr. Rafferty is free to make his comments, and the council and the public can follow along with the slides if he'd like to talk from those. So they are available on our website. The council has them.
Madam Mayor, that's really not acceptable. I had an agreement with your attorney that the slides would be presented online to the audience, and they were to be delivered by 5 o'clock this afternoon. They were delivered 10 minutes earlier, but 5 minutes before that, I was told that the agreement was reneged upon by the city manager. And this is something we're going to have to take up with the court, because this is not the first time that there has been an agreement with council, a critical one, that has been abrogated. And you know, you've placed a lot of material from an anonymous person who made dozens of maps, one click away, and my stuff, the plaintiff's stuff, is buried in an agenda item that many people will not see. I think there's a misunderstanding of how democracy works in West Sacramento. When you violate Voting Rights Act, the normal process is that the court imposes the remedy. There was a settlement here, a very generous settlement, and it's been violated. It's been violated because this whole process, including the mayoral consideration, was supposed to be done second reading tonight. And that has not happened. So it's important that whatever the court does, and we'll find that out next week, but that the voters of West Sacramento know how this process has been corrupted and hijacked by 3 members who were never legally elected. They were elected in the defective at-large election. We filed a demand letter in 2018, before you were even elected. And your city attorney talked us into an arrangement to have a joint expert that we were going to jointly instruct. But unbeknownst to me, he and Mr. Robinson had a series of conversations, and the mayor personally got involved trying to browbeat one of the most distinguished forensic statisticians in the nation into doing things which he said would bias the study. And all of this material that we were supposed to be jointly instructing the expert was hidden from us. And the delay that the expert wasn't to be able to do this for 2020, that was also concealed. This is how Mayor Cabaldon got to hold the 2020 election at large, through deceit by your city attorney. And how did it turn out? That's the question that the 3 people who have hijacked this process and are treating it as if they have no responsibility to remedy the voting rights violation. They're not just splitting Bright and Broderick, or Bright Broderick, which is one neighborhood on the official map. They're also, the reason we had this process was to find out about the city. And I found out something pretty dramatic. Between the railroad tracks and the freeway is 1/5 of your city, where 1 out of every 3 people are below the federal poverty line. So while we created a strong Latino established neighborhood that is ably represented by Member Alcala, there's a whole other district, a very different district, that has needs that exceed any place else in your city that has never had a voice on your city council and probably never will. Because member Orozco and her colleagues want to have an aggressive gerrymander because they think, wrongly in my opinion, that they can take out Norma Alcala. That's their agenda. That's not a remedy. That is something that's terribly unfortunate. I've seen it once before in this jurisdiction. That's what your school board tried to do 5 years ago. And I had to stand up for somebody who voted against district elections in the first place and say, you don't do that. That's not what this process is for. It's wrong. It makes people cynical about the whole district election procedure. Don't do it. And they didn't. But here, they're blending this established Latino neighborhood, with an even poorer neighborhood with very critical needs. And they're coming up with two homogenized districts. It's the opposite of voting rights. And they should be ashamed, and the voters should hold them accountable for it when these people run for re-election in 2022, and in Mr. Roscoe's case, in 2024. As to the mayor, if a two-year mayor was just used by the old mayor to enforce winner take all, I mean, you had to run with as a slate or against it in every single election. We don't need another political boss in West Sacramento. We need a leader. And if the people want to give a mandate to a leader, they should give a 4-year mandate in the presidential election cycle. And if that's not on the table, there need to be 5 representative members. This 2-year mayor is not an option. And I disagree with practically everything that Mr. Robinson just said about the agreement's treatment of that. You haven't agendized it at each of the hearings. And you haven't received comments. You haven't entertained it. And you don't have until June 15th to put it on the ballot, because you can't even put it on the ballot. It's in the agreement that you will not put it on the ballot. It's in the agreement that it will happen if there is a 4-year term decided. And you were meant to take input from the public, but your attorneys decided not to. So let's get back to reality. In America, or in California at least, and in the federal law, when you break the Voting Rights Act, you don't get to design your own map. The plaintiff does that. The court listens to the plaintiff. And in California, there's almost always some extra penalty, like a redistricting commission, or maybe adding members to the board, as happened in San Juan, or more typically, as would be appropriate in this case, removing people from the board before their terms are over. That's what happened in Palmdale. That's a special election, like in Madera. This is, in a sense, the most aggravated violation of voting rights there has been, in my experience, in the state, because it involves the city attorney and the mayor actually corrupting the process. And covertly, secretly, in a manner that we didn't find out about until early this year. So this whole thing needs to be rethought. You need to have a map that collects communities of interest. You need to have a map that remedies the violation, not a map that tries to go on the offense with some ill-conceived gerrymander. So I'm sorry that it's come to this. But your city manager, that he would appropriate the authority to abrogate an agreement among council is very unsettling to me. It says something very disturbing about the accountability of your city staff and your city attorney to the elected government and the elected mayor of the city of West Sacramento. I'll leave it at that, but I'm very, very sorry this has happened. And I urge the public to go read carefully the comments that I intended to speak through. We have scored all these districts. That was an enormous amount of work that I expected to present tonight, showing how blended everything is under this map. How it guarantees, and it's deliberate, especially on the part of member Orozco, who says West Capitol has so many problems, they need 3 different members. That's what she said. 3 different members means nobody speaking for them, nobody accountable to them. It means ignoring them, like has happened for the last 20 years. West Sacramento had a chance to do something right here, and instead your city attorney, your city manager, city staff have not been honest with the people, and neither have the 3 members who voted for this bad map. So whatever the court decides to do, voters take note. Elect people who believe in democracy and who believe in district elections, because you will find out that once you have that system in place, even if you don't like another member, you have to respect that they know their district and they're accountable to that district. And you will respect that because there'll be times when you'll want their respect. That is the system that has worked for American democracy, local democracy, for 300 years, since 1680 in New York City. And this notion that keeps showing up in staff reports, it's going to lead to division, it's going to lead to fractions. This has no place. This is not the law. So you need to take charge. You need to get a new city attorney who believes in the law and lives up to his word. And you need to get district elections with genuine, real, remedial districts that make sense and comply with state and federal law. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Our next speaker is Alfred Melbourne. Mr. Melbourne.
Greetings, Mayor and council members, and I'd like to thank Mr. Rafferty for his synopsis of the events. You know, I always get more informed and been paying closely attention to what's been going on. It's clear to me that, there's some special interests at hand here. So my name is Alfred Melbourne. I'm a resident of Broderick. A lot of times people think that they know what's best for us, and this is one of those times. Many of the community members here from Broderick and Bright are going to speak up tonight, asking City Council to keep Broderick and Bright together. It is well known that Broderick and Bright are one and a community of interest. Breaking up Broderick and Bright goes against the bedrock of West Sacramento. Anyone from here will tell you that Broderick and Bright have always been one community. It is clear to me and a lot of people here tonight that if you break up Broderick and Bright, we are going to have to continuously compete in campaign process season that we do not have the time and money for. Campaigns are expensive. Our time and few resources we have will be better spent building Broderick and Bright, working with other districts and council members to move West Sacramento forward as a whole, because ultimately we are one city. It's no real lines here. We have family all over this community. It is not a time for division as we navigate a global pandemic and climate crisis. This stuff is not going away, and these petty politics and things we have going on need to be addressed and put to the side. Last, I would like to say that I am in disagreement with the consultation company that created and put forward the maps we're discussing tonight. Specifically, I bring attention to map 9A. We know that there are special interest groups in areas of our community, and that's why we're not surprised to see that a gated community was able to be carved out perfectly, including golf course. Things like this give me special interest. Communities of interest are self-defined and create a common story. They can be described by creating maps and narrative profiles and providing community stories. The strongest arguments contain both qualitative stories and quantitative data and statistics information. All the numbers are out there. People know the percentage of voting, and that if we have one person that's going to be representing us, we don't have to compete. We'll have one person that's going to represent our issues, working with the other council members to make sure that we always have a seat at the table. As far as the 4-year mayoral agreement term, I'm in agreement with the 4-year term. And for whatever reason, these things are not being made public. I guess there's definitely some issues with that. But thank you all for
listening to what I have to say tonight, and I say keep Broderick and Wright together as we always have been.
Our next speaker is Bob Shabert.
Mr. Shabert?
Just a moment, please. I'm talking to Mr. Shabert.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. 4A, what's the Latino and Black minority areas in similar way to what Governor DeSantis is in Florida? The reason for the CDRA lawsuit was to allow the underserved areas of Brighton Broderick, which will prevent the Portland and Black and Latino areas from being properly represented. I am fully against the adoption of 4A.
Our next speaker is Justine Harry.
Hello. So I'm here to say that I totally support the map 4B or 4A or whatever is the selected map. I'm sorry, I missed the number, but whatever is the selected map up for adoption tonight, I think that is, after all the discussion and review and research into basically trying to determine what would be an appropriate district map, I think this map is created in as adequate, fair, and equitable it can be to balance the city residents into districts. The quadrant style, I think, makes the most sense for creating districts within the city. And that the quadrant style it gets away from, I think, kind of like the linear style, which was like the other option, linear style or quadrant style. And I think the linear style didn't take into account the dynamic that we have within the city as well as the quadrant style. So I understand that delineating the city into districts that hasn't been done before has been, very difficult and very controversial at times, as given some of these comments already. But I applaud the city in doing all the outreach that it's done. I've been involved in some of those public meetings, working with the District R entity to kind of understand the districting, what's required by the Fair Act map, and the selected map that's up for being adopted tonight meets all those requirements under the California Fair Maps Act. So I just want to say that I completely support the selected map by the council that's up for adoption tonight. I also would like to say, as far as in regards to the mayor term limit, I think the 4-year makes sense. It just gives, I think, more opportunity for things to come to fruition within each mayor's time. My understanding, though, is that the residents, when it was a 2-year thing, was voted on. So I think doing the voting of going to a 4-year would be favorable. And what's the other item? Oh, sequencing. I agree with the sequencing of the timing of the districts, however they play out as recommended in the agenda item. So with that, I support all the stuff on the agenda item. It totally makes sense, and I appreciate the city doing all the outreach they've done to engage us in this process. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rhonda Pope Flores. Ms. Flores?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this process is for communities like Broderick and Bright. This process should have protected these communities, but instead, you chose a map that divided a community that has been connected for years, for decades, for hundreds of years, quite honestly. And I'm going to tell you, I went back and I watched that city council meeting where you discussed all of the issues. And Council Member Ledesma, Council Member Orozco, and Council Member Early, you have failed Broderick and Bright. And I hope the voters remember this day when it comes time for re-election. I want to say that Broderick and Bright has been connected historically and, more importantly, culturally. I have lived there all my life. My great-grandmother came from Cape Verde Islands to Bright, and all of our family was there. We are part of the San Pedro Association. I'm Portuguese and I'm Indian. And I just cannot believe the destruction you are creating with this map. I looked at the criteria, and it says that the communities, there's supposed to be communities of interest, and yet you look at this map that you proposed and you've mixed communities that have nothing in common with Bright and Broderick. You've mixed communities that are economically not the same, voting practices and traditions are not the same. It almost feels as if you did this on purpose. Contiguous. You know, it's how people are connected to one another. And you've taken a community that has been so connected and you've divided it, and it makes absolutely no sense to me at all. I look back at your deliberation to choose 4A, and I heard nothing that had anything to do with the criteria. I heard, oh, well, this community is cohesive, and I heard Councilmember Orozco, well, I'd like to keep the river funds together. What does that have anything to do?
Sorry, that's 3 minutes.
And I just thank you for this opportunity.
Our next speaker is Maria Garcia. Ms. Garcia.
Hola, buenas tardes. Gracias por la oportunidad de hablar. Mi nombre es María García, presidente de Bright. Represento a más de 100 familias de mi comunidad. Pedimos el mapa 6. Broderick y Bright son uno y quieren seguir juntos. Council Member Irina Orozco, Chris Ledesma y Dante Early. En esta vida funcionamos como un círculo de reciclaje. Todo lo bueno o lo malo que dan, tarde o temprano regresará en el futuro. Mi padre dijo un día, todos necesitamos de todos. Al dejar a nuestro Broderick y Bright separados, no solo perdemos nosotros, perdemos todos por el simple hecho que nuestros niños al final terminarán en sus áreas dañando las áreas del sur de West Sacramento. Necesitamos la igualdad para todos, no la separación de poderes, no a la separación de razas. Juntos haremos la diferencia aquí en West Sacramento por el bien de todos. Llegamos sin nada a este mundo y sin nada nos vamos a ir. Todo lo bueno y los malos recuerdos se quedan aquí en la tierra, al igual que todo lo que puedan lograr. Al mismo lugar todos al final vamos a terminar llegando bajo tierra. Ojalá Dios los pueda iluminar y vean por el bien de toda nuestra comunidad. No por los intereses de bienes materiales de nadie, sino por las personas de nuestra comunidad. Somos una nación con justicia para todos y como lo dicen al principio, y de verdad espero que al lugar que ocupan sea para ayudar a su pueblo que más necesita. También estoy de acuerdo en que el alcalde cubra 4 años seguidos y le doy la segunda voz al señor Scott Rafferty y al señor Alfredo de Three Sisters. Gracias por la oportunidad de hablar.
Our next speaker is Maria Grijalva. Ms. Grijalva.
Let me get my timer. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am flabbergasted, or I'm just like in awe after listening to our legal expert, and then listening to a comment saying contrary, it just like kind of like, did someone just not hear what the legal expert just said? The first thing that came to mind, which was there all along, is that I need to file a complaint with the state bar. I've been wanting to do that for the longest time because I'm into filing stuff. And so that's what I need to do. The city manager, I've always called him a mini Cabaldan because he uses that manual, the city manual, as his gatekeeping way to interpret it the way that Cabaldan would want to. Anybody that wants to adopt 4A is actually practicing what Dr. Robin DiAngelo would call white solidarity. Today, or was it the other day anyway, Joe Biden called on Americans to reject the poison of white supremacy. He said that after the mass shooting, but I call it on all of you right now because anybody that would want to adopt MAP 4A is narcissistic and delusional. There's no other word. When I saw John Robinson sitting there going through this rhetoric and saying, oh, we talked about the mayor thing and we had this meeting and this meeting, and I'm like, well, what did he smoke? Because I didn't get any of that. Because we never talked about a mayorship. And what meeting were you at, John? Because I wasn't there. We never talked about a mayorship. And so we're going through all this rhetoric because but Monday is a judge will decide. Here we are all witnessing, for the public record, we're witnessing, as our legal expert has said, we're witnessing a city manager that is taking still orders from the former mayor, and we see a city attorney doing the same thing, and we see his sidekick, Mr. Ledesma, a banker, and we see the other sidekick, Ms. Orozco, a prosecutor, who is not a person of the people. And so my time is up. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, but there it is.
Our next speaker is Timothy Allen. Mr. Allen?
Hey, guys. So, I mean, this all speaks for itself. I don't really got to say much based on what I've seen and based on what the voters are seeing. If you guys vote for 4A, your political careers are going to be very short, okay? Maybe 2-4 years max, okay? So buckle up for the roller coaster because you guys are getting kicked off the train here, buddy, okay? Obviously, the people have spoken. In the United States Constitution, the first 3 words are "we the people," not "we the numbers." Last time I checked. I mean, I don't know, Gadina, what is the 3 first words of the Constitution say? "We the numbers"? I don't know. Still gotta learn my ABCs though. The point is that, I mean, what is there to, what point is there? Obviously, there's a 2% average. There's more representation for MAP 6 or MAP 2 that both have been proposed. Both are within the guidelines and both are lawful. Yet, obviously, a CEO came on here and, and I'm a businessman. So I've worked with CEOs, and obviously a CEO who comes on public, who comes on here, I mean, of course she has the right to, obviously has an interest because no CEO is gonna waste their time speaking. And as she got done speaking, she was the last 2 speaking, all you guys were like, oh yeah, map 4, because you guys knew you guys weren't gonna get map A, 9A. If you guys got 9A, it would be pretty obvious. But we want number 6 or number 2. And if you guys don't do number 6, there is no, oh, well, some people can't get what they want, like the other guy said. No, we will get what we want. And if we don't get what we want, bye-bye your political career, period, all right? End of story. End of discussion. I don't, you guys, your guys' politics, you guys aren't even legitimate leaders. You guys aren't city council members. You guys weren't voted by the people. You guys were voted by the mayor. The mayor wanted you in power. You guys are illegitimate, breaking laws. I don't even know how many laws. I mean, you guys are breaking a whole list of laws. You guys are on Santa's naughty list for 1,000,000 years plus. You know, three city council members, more like 3 stooges. Okay. Anyways, you guys have a good one, and God bless. All right. See you guys on the flip side.
Our next speaker is Nels Eklund. Nels Eklund.
For the record, I would like to say that I'm sitting at my husband's computer. This is not Nels Eklund. He will speak on item 28. This is Irene Eklund for the record.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I'd like to not have my time start before that was clarified. Good evening, council members and Mayor Guerrero. I'm here tonight to speak against the district map you are considering for approval tonight, 4A, because it violates the CVRA and completely ignores the historical and cultural significance of Bright and Broderick as a community. I am appalled that with all the money some of you have spent over the years fighting the CVRA, you have not learned a lesson. This map does nothing to fix the issues with CVRA and will only lead to more legal costs and lawsuits at the expense of us taxpayers, not to mention further dividing the community. I am also concerned that Ms. Early West ran her campaign on issues of equity, equality, and fairness. This map is so far removed from addressing any of those issues. Ms. Early West, I know you are not responsible for the holdup of the implementation of CVRA, but this is your chance to make good on your campaign promises. To sell this map as giving the Bright Broderick area 2 council representatives is a total misquote and actually laughable. How is taking a guaranteed seat representing the Bright Broderick area and splitting their community in half to lose that guaranteed council seat a positive for those communities? Miss Early West, now is the time to make good on your campaign promises and prove you really want to address the equity, equality, and fairness. If so, you will vote no on the final approval of map 4A and support map 6 in the name of equity, equality, and fairness. Also, the council should decide on making the mayor's term a 4-year term and align with the other seat. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carlos Alcala. Mr. Alcala?
I want to first say that I'm very of the redistricting partners. They really let us down. Terrible job. They should be fired. These people did not take the time to learn of the community of interest.
Mr. Alcala?
What?
We weren't able to hear the last part of what you said.
They didn't have the guts to stand up for the CBRA. They were hired to do a job. If you look at Broderick and the area south of Broderick area north tracks has 3,000 votes. The area south of the railroad tracks has 3,800 votes. This is a case of polarized voting. Cases of polarized voting, you're trying to solve the problem, not make it worse. So you're creating a district which will outnumber Broderick tremendously, and we have similar problems with Bright. You have to understand that there's no community of interest. I mean, I love all the neighborhoods, but Broderick and Bright have more of a community of interest than Broderick and the Bridge District. Where did districting partners come up with, just ignoring the rules? Just trying to please people that are going to pay them. They're not doing the job for the city of West Sacramento. And that goes for the assistant. He's doing the same thing. He's always been opposed to CBRA, so now he's sabotaging it. And, I don't mean to. Somebody should have learned something from this process. If you look at the criteria that are supposed to be considered, these criteria are not being followed. The CBRA criteria, geographic continuity isn't present. Interest is completely being ignored. Actness is another factor that is not being followed. District should be easily identifiable to the residents. Roderick and Bright are easily identifiable. Roderick and the Bridge District are not easily identifiable. Finally, a move that's being made by 3 members of the council who are willing to adopt an unlawful map to further their political interests. This map is supposed to ignore these political interests. It's supposed to be done for the community.
Sorry, sir, that's 3 minutes.
Not for one person's benefit. That's or for the.
Mr. Alcala, you've reached your time.
Thank you. I just want to thank you, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Danny Therical.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. My name is Danny Therical. I'm a resident here in West Sacramento, living in the Washington District. When I went to River City High School, they talked about gerrymandering, and I was thinking to myself at the time, wow, there are people out there who would use their political positions in order to move forward their own agenda, to keep their power, and they would purposely divide communities. And I thought I would never see that where I live. And looking at this map, that's exactly what it is. People using their political power in order to push their own agenda and divide a community. I look at this map and I see Bright and Project completely divided. Both of these, this one area, Project Bright, suffered through a gang injunction. They had their pool taken away, and now they don't have the right to represent themselves. They don't have someone to sit at the table and have guaranteed right that someone from their community is going to be at the table representing them. And that's not okay. I look at this map and I see a line right down the middle through Kegel Drive, and that road itself is not very wide. It's not a defining factor in that community. Definitely impacted, but it is not a line that should be drawn right there. The Project and Bright has always been one community. Anytime someone has talked about Project Bright, I've only ever heard them say Project Bright, never one or the other. And they never said that they're not, they're different from each other. It's always been one or the other. So I support map 6, and I hope that this council supports it. The oppression of the Project Bright community needs to end. And it can end now by providing representation to that area. I want to end real quick just saying that the first time that I talked to Council Member Early West, I was asked how I define equity, and I struggled to answer that. But my first impression was this person obviously cares about equity. This person wants people who are underrepresented to be represented. This person wants to make sure that resources are given to those who need them the most to provide justice to people. And this map does not do that. I remember your campaign saying that you love West Sac, but this map doesn't show that you love West Sac. It really just shows that you love some of it. And it breaks my heart a little bit to see you vote for that map. And I hope that you change your mind and you take this into consideration, listen to public comment. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alicia Gutierrez.
Hello. I will keep my comments brief. I should start off by saying I'm a resident of Southport, but speaking on behalf or in solidarity with the folks on the north side. I'll start off by saying I'm very proud of West Sacramento and the work that's done by the council and our mayor, and feel like a lot of good work is always happening. I respect our council members and our mayor and our city manager, and think that there's been a lot of positive growth in the city, and that we have a pretty tight-knit community. With that said, I attended the city council meeting on May 10th and heard the council comments in support of map 4A, stating the proposed map would be better for the community, particularly Broderick and Bright, because they could potentially have 2 council members elected and representing their communities. But then I heard multiple representatives from the community speak in favor of map 6. And I didn't speak up that evening because I felt unprepared, but assumed the community voice would be heard and listened to and considered in the selection of the final map. Tonight, I heard the consultant reiterate that one of the criteria prohibits from disadvantaging a community of interest. And it's really interesting to me to see how other districts have been drawn that keep the Bright and Broderick communities together and are very consistent with map 6. So the final map that was selected, I do feel like it divides up the community of interest in question, the one that has been talked about tonight and on the 10th, and has existed, as others have said, for decades. I also heard that we're blending these neighborhoods into homogenized districts, and that kind of rings true to me. I do feel like there are distinct differences with the Broderick and Bright communities together from the communities that have been melded with them with these maps. So I'm just here to say, please allow the community to elect their representative. If it is one, so be it. But that person, if elected by the community, will be a guaranteed voice with an interest in the community and investment there and development there. And
that's 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll end there. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Lori Gutierrez.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. I'm very disappointed in what's going on here. And I don't understand why they are trying to break up Broderick and Bright. My family has been here for over 100 years. My grandson is the 7th generation in Broderick and Bright. And it's a disappointment to hear what is being discussed today. It's disgusting. We've been a community for over 100 years. And you're gonna break us up? You have taken so much from us, so much from the children over here. It's disgusting to me to see what we have to go through and what you guys are allowing. We don't want to be divided. I've been hearing every conversation tonight, and to be honest, I do not hear nobody saying divide us. We want to stay together. You should give us the opportunity. We, the people of Broderick and Bright, once again, we, the people of Broderick and Bright, we need to stay together. And we need to continue to build our neighborhood for next generation and the next generation to come. But right now, I'm disgusted. I can't believe that these people are sitting there trying to go against us when we are the people. I don't understand what is going on. We pulled the mayor in, we voted, and now it seems like we're going backwards with all Christopher Cabal. It's not about him no more. It's about the people. Let's think of the people right here in Bright and Broderick. You know, if I have to reach out to everybody, because I know a lot of people here. I know this community. My mother's still here. My grandkids are here. My children are here. My aunts, my uncles. And we're still here in Brighton, Broderick. We're not in West Sac. I'm not saying, oh, forget West Sac and for this, but don't put us in with another district, because we don't want that. We don't want that. We want to be us. We are Brighton, Broderick. We want to be with our community, and we want to start growing our community over here. We want our pool back. We want baseball back over here. We don't want to be divided and pushed over there. Our children should be able to walk from here and go to a park and walk home like I did. I should be able to give my kid money to go to the swimming pool for 5 hours and do something. But once again, we're talking about dividing a community when we're trying to fight for our children's, the next generation. You know, I really ain't got much more to say. I want to cry because I'm so disappointed on what I'm hearing. I'm disgusted. Then once again, I'm born and raised here, 50 years old, and I have never left, and I'm not gonna leave. But stop dividing us. Broderick and Bright will always be one. You know what? Thank you for everybody listening, and thank you for the time to hear me out. That's all I gotta say.
Our next speaker is Marianne Estes.
Hi, good evening. I'm Marianne Estes, and I want to thank you, for the council people, for your hard work in selecting the map before you tonight. I strongly believe that it will benefit the North area. 2 voices on the city council are better than 1. And I'm a resident of over 55 years, and I'm proud to say that I still reside in Broderick on the same street where I was raised. The connection and pride in our community cannot be broken by a narrative that suggests our community is broken if we aren't in the same district. It's to vote. There are many folks from Broderick and Bright who now reside in the State Streets, in Southport, so the spirit of Broderick and Bright is embedded in them. Our North area teens attend River City High School, and some of our younger ones attend Our Lady of Grace School in Southport. I personally shop at stores on Sac Avenue, on West Capitol, and also in Southport. And none of these activities will change with the adoption of this map. As I was pulling into my driveway this evening, I was reminded of the diversity of the North Side. My neighbors on my block are Latino, Russian, Middle Eastern, Caucasian, and I'm really proud about that. These threats of the lawsuit, the fear-mongering, and suggesting that our residents can't or won't participate in voting or have the ability to run a successful candidate simply underestimates the heart of our community. I urge you to have faith in us and adopt the map before you. Lastly, I recommend, if whatever map you do, that 4 years of the mayor makes sense. And if we stick with the map this evening, I would prefer 1 north, 1 south in terms of sequencing, so that you won't avoid south ever being empty or the north ever being empty. So I recommend just 1 of each area. But that being said, I just want to thank you. I know you're taking a lot of heat tonight. Unfortunately, you know, there's a lot of push and a lot of misinformation and a lot of scare tactics that are being used. That happens when people want to keep things, you know, and not change. But I appreciate what you do. This is a thankless job no matter what you do. And I believe that you all put your heart and soul into it. And I really appreciate everything that you do. So thank you.
Next speaker is Matthew Hargrove.
Madam Mayor and council members, thank you for hearing me tonight. I first of all want to just recommend that you adopt map 4A. It was not my preferred map, as you know, but I really listened to what Council Member Early had to say about equity and this map last time. And I think that her comments really have not been viewed in terms of light of the entire city, and that there's more than just 1 district in the north. And her comments made me go back and look at what neighborhoods are being impacted in map 6. And it's a map that I drew. I thought that was a great map. But under the CVRA, what it's doing is it's stranding a couple neighborhoods with a district that is almost all industrial and Southport. So for all the comments you heard tonight about putting different types of communities and the different types of districts, think about your neighbors in Meadowdale and Valhalla and Evergreen and Glide Avenue and Maple Street. Folks who don't have a lawyer with them here tonight to make these arguments for them, that want to be in a district with other folks as part of the North. Map 6 throws them all into a different district, a district with Southport. And at first I thought that was okay, but thinking about it long and hard, Ms. Early's comments, I thought they were great. It made me rethink those points. In terms of the four-year mayor, I hope we do a four-year mayor. I supported it originally. I support it now. But I do think it should go on the ballot. It was on the ballot originally, and folks might not know this, but 65% of the voters in West Sacramento said a two-year term. That's almost a supermajority. We should put it back in front of the voters, and I hope they do approve a four-year term for the mayor. I think a two-year term has a lot of problems. Despite what Mr. Rafferty said, the two-year term was not something Mr. Cabaldon wanted. He wanted a four-year term. I worked with him on it. The two-year term, though, was voted on, and that's why we had a two-year term. So thank you very much for your listening to me tonight. Please adopt map 4A, and please go with the four-year term for mayor, but put it in front of the people to vote this November. I think that's the right thing to do. Thank you very much.
We have two hands still up, and I just want to remind everybody that if you'd like to make a comment on this item at this time, you need to raise your hand at this time. Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Aguilar.
Hello, it's Susan Aguirre.
I apologize,
I'm a resident of I'm a resident of Broderick and Bright. I am in favor of map 6 and not 4A. I heard some of the people, being in favor of 4A. One of them, she mentioned that she was the ballpark area was her frequent walk. She frequently walked there. Most of that area is pretty new. So my take is that she hasn't been here for long. She's basically, what happened there is new development, new people. So she doesn't know the area. There was another person who was talking about consider other neighborhoods. Well, the neighborhoods, they didn't show up. So why are you penalizing people that actually showed up and that want to give a voice to, our neighbors? That we don't want this redistricting. Another person said, oh, it doesn't really matter. We are all one community. Well, if it doesn't matter, then why are we doing this in the first place? So I'm upset. I'm shaking right now. Keep Broderick and Bright together. It's ridiculous that you would even consider this 4A. It seems that you got into office and you don't even know your constituents. What are you guys doing? Do you represent us or do you represent yourself? And that is all I have to say.
Our next speaker is Vanessa Castro. Ms. Castro?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Thank you. Good evening to council members, the general public, Madam Mayor. I appreciate being able to make a public comment. I'm going to speak from the heart because that's all I know how to do. And I'm really disappointed. I'm really disappointed in the leaders, all of them. This is our community. This town has been here forever. And I'm going to challenge my leaders, my council members, that you come together on one mind and one accord for the better of the community. I am not in favor of map 4A that you've adopted. I really truly was in favor, that wasn't my first pick. My first pick was map 6, because Broderick and Bright has historically been a community. All politics aside, I just want to remind you that you are being watched, every single one of you, by the community. Every action, every vote, everything. And there will be people voting, because at the end of the day, that is what's going to get anything to be changed. So I encourage you and I challenge you to come together and make the best decision for our community, for that area. A lot of these people, even some people in the Southport area, asked me, messaged me and contacted me, Vanessa, can you be a voice for Broderick and Bright, even after they've moved out of that area into the Southport area? That speaks volumes to me. And I will be letting my neighbors know, because most of them have contacted me, and I have a voice. And I will make it clear. And we will vote one way or the other, however this goes down. So please, come together as leaders and make things right. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yolanda N.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and committee members. I grew up in West Sacramento. My first years, I grew up in Bright, and then I grew up the final years in Broderick. To hear everything that's going on is just breaking my heart. Bright and Broderick have suffered for centuries, and it's already been a cultural divide. I mean, there's the good side and there's the bad side, they used to say. Depends on what side of the tracks you're on. I just see this as a further divide, and democracy means you need to listen to the people. And the people that live there are the ones that you need to be listening to. That's what I have to say. I would like for you guys to please adopt map 6. Thank you very much for your time.
And our last speaker is Mike Fregoso.
Mike, you muted. There you go.
Hear me?
Yes, Mike.
Okay, this is Mike Fregoso. I'm the creator of Broderick Love, which is a Broderick support system created for the people, by the people. First off, I want to thank Scott Rafferty for elaborating on all the laws that are being broken with this new energy you guys got putting forward towards our community. Let me see. I just want to mention that these are your guys' laws and you guys are breaking them. It's just like, man, I hope you guys are held accountable like we were when all the discrimination and all the separation was being developed towards us. You guys remember the injunction and how you guys treated us and how we were all treated, all of our family, grandparents, nobody was left behind. Everybody was discriminated against just for being from this neighborhood, just from being from Broderick. You know, growing up about 30 years ago, I remember when they first built that wall that separated us from the golf course. And as a kid, you know, I didn't understand what was going on. I'm playing on that wall because my fence right behind Anna Street there was the wall. So I climbed on it and played on it, not thinking of what it was. But now that I see what you guys really are, what you guys' motives are, separation, you guys have been trying to disassemble this neighborhood for a long time now, but a lot of us made it home, you know? And a lot of us are here to stand up together. Now, all you city councilmen and women, I mean, this is just a pure example of negligence. You guys aren't doing your jobs of what you're supposed to be doing. You guys are doing what you guys want to do for your own agenda. And like I said, I just hope you guys are held accountable like we were. And I want to thank you guys for the motivation to stand up because, you know, I don't get involved in your guys' politics because I know what it's about. I know it's not for me, but I just want to thank you guys. This gives me the incentive to stand up and to let my people know what you guys are really doing, what you guys are really going for, and you guys ain't for us. For everybody that's on here, and you guys are from Broderick and you guys are from Bright, we need to stand up. This is our time right here, right now. And I said it before, I don't deal with politics, but that's over with. Like I said, I want to thank you for this incentive.
Our next speaker is Rob White. Mr. White?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Well, my name is Rob White. I'm a retired correctional peace officer for the state of California. I've been a property owner and resident of West Sacramento for now going on 12 years or so. Anyway, at any rate, I would like to vote for adopting MAP 6. I've done Meals on Wheels for the Rotary Club in that community for a number of years. Walk the streets there. I see no dividing line. If there's some way that the people's numbers and population can be taken into account for, if they want to remain united, I think we should consider their wishes and their hopes and their dreams and work it out somehow so that we are in compliance with administrative goals as well as the love that is in these communities' hearts, because love counts the most. Now, also with regard to accountability, there have been in the past a problem with that in city administration. Now, we hope that people operate more freely and in compliance with the constitutional values that we all cherish and that everyone deserves the respect of. And so, that in closing, I'd like to say good night and thank you all for listening. We appreciate you all so very much for trying to do better. Thank you kindly.
Our next speaker is Robert Perez.
Mr. Perez?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay, good evening. Just a couple of things. Now, this is my first meeting that I've participated in, and I would like to say this being my first, just the mere fact that the first gentleman that spoke, who took the time to present slides and a PowerPoint or whatever what he was going to present. His material wasn't presented, and it's obvious for a reason. He didn't want the community to get educated on what his findings were. It's great that a third party was used to create this map. They don't know the community, and they're only doing what they think is best for the commission that they got for proposing these maps. But it's obvious that 80% of the people that spoke today are against it, and the ones that are for it, they're only speaking on their behalf of what they know and what they can relate to living in Southport. But for me, it's obvious that the care for Bright and Broderick is not a priority, even without, not even just talking about the maps in general. We're talking about the way the community looks. I live in Southport myself, but I am from Bright and Broderick. My children live in Bright and Broderick, and my grandchildren do. And so it's obvious that I want the best for them. I think me growing up in Bright and Broderick in the 70s and 80s, I did get the best. I got the love of a community. I got the things you don't get from Sacramento or even Southport. You get to grow up with people that you will have a lifelong friendship with. And that's what it's happening right now. So if you're not from Bright and Broderick, you won't understand just the uniqueness of what it holds. But again, the Brighton Broderick being a priority, the city of West Sacramento, it's obviously not a top priority. I don't even think it's on the top 10 as far as, making it better. Someone spoke to me about one of the council members talking about the tons of money was going into the Brighton Broderick community. And it's obvious it's not going where it really counts, making it look a lot more beautiful. So I do propose that you guys vote for map 6. But more than that, let's discuss the real issues as far as money going into Brighton Broderick and not so much into Southport. Yes, it's an obvious priority for the city council to do more work in Southport, but make it fair. Let's start putting some money in Sac Avenue, just as much as West Capitol needs it. There's a lot of folks that want to stay here. They want to spend their money here. They want to live here. They want to grow.
Mr. Perez, that's 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Pano Grimes. Michael?
You're muted. There you go.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi. I'll just keep it short. Just wanted to say that, Broderick and Bright has always been together as a community, and it'd be very sad to see them, separate. So I'm in favor of keeping it all together, and I appreciate you guys giving me the time to speak my mind. Thank you. That's all.
We have no other hands raised.
Mayor, may I move to adopt map 6? All right, we have a motion on the table. I just wanted to bring it back to council for discussion. And a lot of comments made. On behalf of members of the public, there is a presentation in Spanish, and I don't know, Councilmember Alcala, were you able to figure out what was said? Translate just really quick, I think.
Really quickly, Maria Garcia spoke on behalf of 100 families that she has been in communication with as a leader in her community. They want to adopt map 6, and she just wanted to remind everyone, what democracy was about, and making the right choice for the right reasons. And if you don't, she's basically said, if you do something good, it's rewarded. But if you do something wrong for the wrong reasons, that also gets its just rewards. That's what Maria Garcia said.
Thank you. All right. Any questions by the council members? And the PowerPoint presentation that was referenced is included in public comment. It does start with page number 6 under the public comment attachment, and there are probably about 12 or 15 slides. The points that were made in that map 4A is not a legal map or an effective CVRA remedy, recommends rejecting map 4A, and talks a little bit about the composition of the city and where most of the criminal activity is centered around the north. And Broderick and Bright is officially one neighborhood. And city staff understands the CVRA, and that's in the blue ribbon that says, but continues to oppose its principles. Other jurisdictions keep the Latino, Broderick, and Bright neighborhood together, such as the County Board of Supervisors, the County Board of Education, and Washington Unified School District's 2018 and 2022 maps. Quadrants promoted by the Chamber of Commerce intentionally split communities and goes into more detail. Map 4A populates traditionally overrepresented South in violation of the 14th Amendment, and the equity map distinguishes a strong Latino community from a poorer, more transient area that is also unrepresented, but it is different. Map 4A mixes them together, so neither has a dedicated voice. It has a lot of data included, and has additional slides to share more to validate the points.
Mayor, is there any way we can show slides on that?
I don't have the ability to show the slides. does anybody within the staff, can they show the slides?
Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, the slides are available under public comment. They're easily accessible from the website. Anyone can see them. They've been provided to the council. It's not customary to provide slides as public comment. We haven't done that before during the Zoom format of these meetings. So they are readily accessible though. So
And I have reference.
Showing the slide.
Yeah, and Madam Mayor, it sounds like you've also told us where they're at, right, within public comment as well.
And I briefly read them as well. I didn't cover all the slides, but I briefly read them as well.
Yeah.
Oh, and there are attachments as well. There's additional pages of emails from Dr. Kauser that is listed in there as part of the issues that were raised by the attorney. And council member has a motion. The council member, I'll call. I don't know if there's any additional comment.
You know, Mayor, I guess the reason we wanted to see the slides because it would basically show that 4A, that map is illegal. But I guess people are going to have to go there. It's not available.
And there are additional things that I think we need to take into consideration. Mr. Robinson, aside from selecting a map, we have to select the sequence, and then we also have a discussion on the mayoral term as well.
Madam Mayor, do we need to do something about Councilmember Alcala's motion first, or do we just?
Yes, we can I can take a second on that if you like, and go from there and take a vote if you're ready for that. And I would be willing to, given the moving testimony on behalf of many residents, just asking the city attorney real quick if I could put a second and put it up for a vote.
Yes, you may second the motion.
Oh, thank you so much. And I will put it up as a second. And Madam Clerk, you could please call the roll on that motion on the table.
Councilmember Early?
No.
Councilmember Alcala?
Aye.
Councilmember Ledesma?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco?
I also want to make a comment that there was no invitation to have comment amongst the council before calling this motion. It went straight to a vote. I think that's inappropriate. But at this juncture, no.
Mayor Guerrero?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Aye. And this motion has failed. And I did ask for comment. I think Councilmember Early asked for the vote. I think that was the.
No, I didn't ask for that. I said, are we supposed to do something with the motion? That's what I asked.
Oh, well, that's what
I did.
I took.
No, when I was supposed to, she put a motion in. Are we ignoring it? What are we doing with it?
I had asked for comment. I had asked for some additional insight from staff. And then once you asked for what about the motion, I consider that as a call for the vote. Thank you. So that's why I did that, Mayor Pro Tem Orozco. It's not to overlook, your comments here. Be more than happy to bring this back to council for additional thoughts, comments, questions, clarification. Anything? Councilmember Early.
I'm just trying to follow what's going on, Madam Mayor. So are we commenting on the other things that we have available to us? Are we commenting on map 6? Again, the motion happened so fast. I assumed we didn't want to comment on it.
So if you're looking for a little bit of structure, I think I would bring it back to Mr. Robinson to help us out here with framing things on how to go about this. But I did bring it back for additional comment, and it's been voted down, but it doesn't mean it has to be dismissed.
Madam Mayor, if I can comment, with a motion that has failed, it's back to the council to proceed any way they want to proceed at this point. it would be appropriate to entertain additional comments from council. You could eventually ask for an alternative motion. I do think it would be appropriate in light of some of the comments that have been made that you might want to ask redistricting partners, who is your professional demographer, their opinion about whether in fact they think map 4A is illegal, as has been claimed.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. And Mr. Robinson, you have your mic off. Did you want to speak or say something?
No, I apologize. I was getting ready. If I was spoken to, I forgot to turn it off. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Armenta, our redistricting partners or demographers. If they can provide some insight about what has been shared in public comment that map 4A is illegal, and give us some insight on, there's a couple of things that I've heard. And one thing I heard was, keeping a community together, Brighton Broderick, that is a pretty striking comment, and as opposed to separating it as map 4A does. And then I heard from council that presented the letter and pursued this, saying map 4A is illegal. Can you help distinguish that?
Yeah, so thank you very much. Paul Mitchell with Redistricting Partners. Just first off, I want to point out that the Fair Maps Act and the California Voting Rights Act set out both criteria and process that you're supposed to be following when you're doing a redistricting. And I can say that in my experience, having done over 100 redistrictings around the state, the process that was used was top-notch, with lots of community engagement, different pathways for people to submit comments, for them to create maps, a great number of maps that were created by the public. Every map was put on the website for the public to see and download and zoom into and search for an address and do all of that. In fact, what you were doing was a California Voting Rights Act conversion, but you voluntarily went to the higher bar of following the full Fair Maps Act, which is really for redistricting of cities and counties. So in the process side, you exceeded all that was required of you, and we were proud to work on that with you. On the map itself, there are in the Fair Maps Act, which is that higher criteria, some ranked criteria for you to use in the redistricting process. It starts with making sure districts are equal size and following the Federal Voting Rights Act, and then goes into the other criteria, of which communities of interest is a major one of those criteria, and it does favor keeping communities of interest together. It says that districts should be drawn in a way that when there's an identified community of interest, puts it into one district to maximize its voting and representation power. The fact is, however, that there are multiple communities of interest in the city of West Sacramento, and the city of Sacramento in a redistricting is so small that when you do move an area, it has ripple effects throughout the entire city. And so what you had to choose among were a set of plans that represented a whole lot of different ideas about how to draw the city. I don't think that there is a real significant drawing of the map that wasn't envisioned in one of those many public maps. And ultimately, the law places the authority, the legislative authority, with the city council to decide on a plan. And like I said, you followed the process. You did follow the criteria as well when evaluating plans. You were talking about those plans based on communities of interest, keeping districts compact, contiguous, equal population, the Federal Voting Rights Act, making sure there weren't any concerns there. So you did the process right. You evaluated criteria and used the language around the Fair Maps Act in order to use that criteria, and you are exercising your legislative authority. If I can just for a moment, my own perspective is that in future decades, we might see more cities and counties realizing that this is a lot of stress to place on a city council, and that a separate redistricting commission or outside body driving the redistricting can allow for a different kind of process. And I'm a little bit surprised that members of the community weren't asking for something like a redistricting commission in future decades, which is what we heard from community members around the region in city and county redistrictings. And so some of that may be frustration that some of the public has. could potentially be directed in the future to changing the structure. But right now, the state law places that legislative authority with the city council. And so when 3 votes were gained for a plan at your last hearing, there really wasn't anything for us as your demographer to say about that. You have a plan that meets the criteria, and you've made some choices and some trade-offs. And that's, I think, reflected in the plan that you have before you. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. We keep seeing Dr. Early leave and come back in. Are you okay, Dr. Early? Okay. All right. Councilmember Alcala.
It's not too much a question. I just want to make some comments, if it's permissible. I met with members of the Project Pride Alliance, and they're members of BB-CAN, the Dolores Huerta Club, the San Pedro Association, Maria Garcia, who represents well over 100 families. And I don't want MAP 4A because I do feel it's legal. You talked about the process of how we were getting there. That process was followed, but I think the result was quite different. People keep saying, well, MAP 4A is going to give us 2 districts. What it really does, it divides those districts. We know that in the north, the voting is not the same. We had testimony that you maybe have 3,000 folks up on top. Right as soon as you cross those tracks, you have 3,800. They're outnumbered by 800. They have higher voting percentages. So for those people who mistakenly think the north is going to get 2 folks, guess what? It's not going to happen. What's going to happen is the higher voting, lower portions of those districts are going to be able to elect someone, and the north will have 0 representatives. Now, as I was meeting with the Project Pride Alliance, that many of whose members called, there were certain things that were brought up. One, it violates the CVRA, MAP 4A, because the Voting Rights Act and California Voting Rights Acts are not being followed. The city's engaged in gerrymandering. That was said by Mr. Theracool, by cracking the city neighborhoods where minorities, especially Latinos, are highly concentrated. 2, the geographic continuity to the extent predictable is not followed. Broderick and Bright are recognized as one neighborhood on the city map. Broderick is not one neighborhood for the Bridge District. Very, very different. I can't understand how anyone could believe differently. Population, Broderick and Bright should be united in one district. The southern districts are being underpopulated. More areas should go into districts 3 and 4. We've seen this. Number 4, communities of interest. Preservation criteria are not being followed. A community of interest is a population that shares common social and economic interests that should be included within a single city district for purposes of its effective and fair representation. Broderick and Bright share common elementary schools, common middle schools. The school district and the supervisorial districts recognize Broderick and Bright as one district. The city should do the same. Geographic compactness is not being followed in a manner to ensure that nearby areas of population are not bypassed in favor of more distant populations. Districts 1 and 2 bypass common neighborhoods in favor of distant neighborhoods like the Bridge District. And 6, districts should be easily identifiable by residents. The district should be bounded by natural and artificial barriers, including streets. The city is ignoring the natural boundaries that have historically made Broderick and Bright easily identifiable using the railroad tracks or Interstate 80. And I just can't understand, neither can the Broderick Bright Alliance and so many other people who testified today, how 4A is not violating the CVRA.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Alcala. Now, our first decision will be on the map. If council members don't have any other comment, I'll accept a motion for the map that you decide. If you don't have further discussion, I'm trying to provide opportunities for there to be further discussion. Just checking in one more time with you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Don, did you take your camera off for a reason?
Yeah, this time I did actually. I think that just to make clear that the motion would be to approve resolution 2251, which would be the map, which would be the resolution adopting the map, if that's the intent. I want to make sure it's worded appropriately.
Make it clear, yes. And that would be included in the motion. Now, if you're not ready for a motion, I'm happy to continue the discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, I had unmuted because I did want to just make some
Sure.
comment, but I'm trying to respect our process. So that's why I keep asking questions. We heard a lot today, and like I said last week, this is just such a difficult decision. When I look at our school board maps as well, which are different, by the way, right? Because they had 5 districts to work with. I see that there is some divide between Bright and Broderick in that you have Riverbank, right, in one district, and you have Elkhorn in another. And I understand it because, again, there is just no easy way to do this. When I look at the data, like I've been saying, I do think that these are strong representative districts for communities of color, for our Latinx population. And I did sit with it and went back and looked again, trying to figure out, like, am I doing the right thing, particularly as we heard for marginalized communities, right? That communities that don't normally get seen. And I strongly believe that this is a good map, that 4A is a good map for equity reasons. I strongly believe that when I look at even our school board districts and where some of those lines are drawn in the north, that you do see that, again, because you need more representation on both sides. And I think that's what this map is going to give. In addition to this process that we've gone to, that we heard from our demographers, that it's not only today, we've heard for a couple of months from communities of interest throughout our entire city. And I think that we, particularly because we're at large right now, represent our entire city. And it is important that as we are looking at the North and looking at parts within the North as well, that even if those voices aren't necessarily on this call right now, that we hear them and that we represent those communities as well.
Councilmember Ledesma.
Thank you. And first of all, thank you to all those who participated throughout the process from the very beginning and provided their input from the very first meeting back in February and through in their own work. People were working on maps, looking at maps, those that were engaged. And even tonight, I know folks in the Broderick and Bright area vocal, and I understand. And this is I said this last week in that this is a tough decision, and it's not everybody's going to be happy. I've already heard from residents in the State Streets concerned that their neighborhood is also divided into 3 districts. A historic neighborhood that's been there for years, and an area that I lived for 9 years with starting my family in it. So I understand it. We heard from people in the Southport area asking for the Bridgeway Island and Bridgeway Lakes places to be together. We heard from on the Stonegate area asking that those areas stay together as much as possible. And I understand there's a tremendous amount of passion from everybody on this, and I think this is one of those decisions that we'll just we'll stick with folks and draw a tremendous amount of passion. But I have a lot of faith in West Sacramento and a lot of faith around our ability to come together. These are lines that are being drawn strictly for voting purposes. It doesn't allow or doesn't break up the character of each of our neighborhoods, and our work towards improving and finding ways to make those neighborhoods better. And even if I'm to go forward in one of these districts, and I know I will have to continue to represent all the city as I have for my 12 years on council. That's always been, and I started this conversation, that was my comment, that I've loved being able to represent all parts of neighborhoods and all parts of the city. And this process unfortunately puts a line between certain neighborhoods. But to me, when folks get elected from these districts to serve on council, they will need to serve the entire community, which we're doing today. So I think the map is a good map. As we heard from the demographers, the process was good with good outreach. I understand it's not what everybody had hoped for, but I think it's a good map. We end up, I do believe in the power of having 2 representatives on this council. It matters. When items are being discussed, when priorities are being agendized, folks, wherever they live, and will have to listen to residents in their neighborhoods. And I think that's the important part for me. So again, those are my comments for today. I just want to thank everybody for their input.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco.
Thank you. I first want to thank all the speakers who came to speak with us tonight. It's late, and everybody took the time with all these other things to do. And I want to tell you, your passion has been reflected in your comments, and they've been received, and I hear you, and I feel it. I understand. I think this has been a really well-organized effort made by residents who care about their community, and they want to fight against any forces that they believe are trying to break them up. And as someone who has always fought for what she believes in, I respect that. And I appreciate the time that you've taken to speak from your hearts. I think I would be doing the same exact thing, fighting as hard as you have, if I had received the caustic and abrasive information in the way you have as well. Social media posts and op-eds in newspapers, all of which that have attributed this ill intent and corruption and other horrific intentions that 3 council members apparently possess in order to dehumanize them. It's upsetting, and it's below us, I think. But when we receive that information that removes us from our humanity, it just essentially causes folks to not listen to one another, not to respect one another, because it's, we just want to put out that fire. We want to get rid of the threat. And I am offended too. I mean, as one of our public comment, I'm offended by personal attacks often made by my name, or any people on this council are making decisions that aren't in congruence with our own someone else's position. But a lot of this are premised upon baseless contentions, and you have to make sure that the premise that you're relying upon, that's been fed to you, or that you understand it. The decisions we make have to be made based on data and the information that we've received based on the numbers, not only by anecdotal. So I didn't run for election to serve the West Sacramento community in just one little sliver of this community. I ran to serve everyone. I ran to serve the people who live in trailer parks like my mom does. I ran to serve the people who were born and raised in poor communities like I was. I was elected to serve the people who live in our motels for a living because they have no other place to live, because I stayed in those motels. I'm not here because of any other reason but to serve my community and make it better so that my children will live in the West Sacramento that I have grown to love. This has been a long and hard process, and I think we're all in agreement. There's no map that would adequately ever address all of the positions and concerns of all of our constituents. We were given, a map a couple meetings ago. I mean, I've articulated very clearly why I supported map 9. I think the mayor was actually in agreement. She had 2 maps and thought that, map 9 was a great map as well when the chamber came in and gave their public comment. Frankly, I, from the get-go, was insistent that we ensured that public engagement efforts occurred within that short window of time that we were provided. And I voiced my concern about making sure that our policymakers didn't go out there and lobby our constituencies in an effort to create an outcome that would suit us personally or politically. That's why when I was asked to give my position for a radio program about districting, I refrained from doing so because on principle, I wanted to hear from the community and get their input before trying to influence any outcome. And clearly others didn't follow suit. This is certainly a political process, and the use of narratives have been used wildly and sometimes irresponsibly to help effectuate an outcome. And I've read the letters and I've listened to the testimony and the statements, and I've created multiple maps on my own and read the data that are associated with the maps. And as a Latina and someone who used the words equity and justice as a tagline, I used my time looking for a pretty much impossible solution to a very complicated issue. You know, our city got sued. Our city got sued by Ms. Grijalva and Scott Rafferty, and by his own admission, Mr. Alcala. And in our last meeting, you know, we learned that we were going to get sued again if the map that he or his wife or the constituents didn't support was not chosen. And I say, you know, we've heard from a lot of different residents, not just tonight, but over the last several meetings. And there have been several from Brighton Broderick who believe that two members would support them better than one, because that would mean 2 voices out of 4, not a majority minority district where 1 vote could get drowned out by 3 others. And, you know, unfortunately, that's a pattern that has been utilized by unfortunate groups to suppress the voice of minorities and keeps them silent among a grand many. And I just want to remind my colleagues that map 4A was not my map. It's the map I did not choose. It is a map that I didn't advocate for. And it's a map that essentially obliterated the neighborhood where my home sits and where I walk my dog and where my sons play Little League. The park, for the last 6 years that I walk over, Memorial Park, is not in my district. And my neighbors are now split between 3 different districts. And like I said the last meeting, this for me is absolutely heartbreaking. So this is not in my interest. The map I supported ultimately the map I've argued for had kept Brighton Broderick together, carved out an area in the north, a community of interest that tracked better with what I believe were the adjoining areas on the riverfront, and that was the rivers. It was an obvious line of demarcation that was referenced by one of our speakers, Mike Fregoso, when he said, I used to play on that wall. Why is there a wall there? Why is there a wall there? If we're all one community, why is there a wall there? There's multiple pools inside the wall, but outside, folks are begging for a pool for a lot more people. We don't need to be demanding resources from people who have a wall, okay? That's why I said rivers should be associated with another community of interest that better represented them. But remind you, this has nothing to do with where a city council member lives or where their council seat should lie as an incumbent, because that should not be a factor we consider when determining maps. But it's been a factor, unfortunately, that has been ignored in this process for political purposes and manipulated, unfortunately. So, you know, clearly, if I were looking to preserve my own seat, map 6 would be an attractive option. I'd go for it because I'd be the only one in that district. But it's not about me. It's about doing what's right for a city over the long term, and where none of us are seated, when none of us are seated here as decision makers any longer. So with that all said, we're sued. We were given a deadline, and this had to be a majority. And so while my map 9A was supported overwhelmingly by many community members spanning the city, I didn't receive the votes that needed to move that map forward. But map 4A did, when compared to map 6, provide some very redeeming qualities. And I'm going to talk about those. First off, as referenced by another caller, our Meadowdale and Evergreen communities are isolated. There are heavily Latino, and there are a group much like the population, the Latinos in Brighton Broderick, who have been disenfranchised and would be paired with a largely white, high propensity voting group in map 6. And, you know, overhearing Mr. Rafferty over the last several meetings and over the last year talk about what's important here, it's to avoid creating maps that allow candidates for city council to act like they don't need to knock on these people's doors. Like they don't matter. They're not going to get me voted in. So I'm just going to skip that and go to the other folks that are high propensity. Well, map 6, unfortunately, leaves a lot of those people. They just completely leave those people behind. That's not okay. District 3 and map 6 is the only district in the top 2 maps that is arguably in violation of the CBRA. There's no communities of interest shared. There's an isolated community out there that connects. Essentially, Meadowdale is going to be in a position with high propensity voters who are mostly affluent, who will never care about their interests. And why isn't anybody advocating for them? Why is that okay to just ignore those Latino voters out there? You know, map 4A has a larger Latino population in raw count and percentage than in map 6. And that's in District 1 and District 2. I don't know if anybody's looked at that, but that is important to consider. The combined Latino and Black populations in District 1 and District 2 in map 4A are 45% and 46%, which are larger than the combined populations in District 1 and District 2 in map 6. And when this map was drawn from an equity perspective, it was for the purpose of protecting the lower income Latino populations that no one else is speaking for. Frankly, the map that my colleagues put forth, there are 2 strong districts that are mostly Latino. Again, you know, when you come down to it, you got to pick a map, and we have a deadline to do that, or else, of course, the threat of litigation is back again. And so when compared side to side, I chose 4A because I cared about that community that was isolated out there. And frankly, putting Bright and Broderick in a district where it is mixed with other high propensity non-Latino voters has the purpose of diluting the vote. So I think the only evidence here of gerrymandering has been exhibited in comments that have tried to support keeping one council member elected. I think that unfortunately there's been some misinformation provided without adequate checks and balances, and I think that in and itself has been an injustice. And I think that unfortunately, by concentrating a minority in the majority, a minority vote in a majority district, I mean, we see how that has played out in other places where there's been unintended consequences of diluting minority votes by just placing them as one in the bucket of many. And it's been used as a tool to oppress Latinos and African Americans, and frankly, I'm not going with that. So while I want to clear the record that I'm standing with a particular map against my own personal interests, I believe that it's for the better interest of other minorities who are not being spoken for tonight.
Councilmember Alcala.
Mayor, I want to clear up some things that Councilwoman Orozco made reference to. One is she said that Mr. Alcala, my husband, had sued the city. It was not him. It was Maria Grijalva, and everyone knows that. Mr. Rafferty did on behalf of Maria Grijalva. That's how this lawsuit came about. This was many years ago when she did this. Also, map 6, it's not about me, Karina. It's about the future, that the future would ensure that a member from the northern area, Broderick and Bright, would have someone represent them. They've been disenfranchised way too long. I told you before, this wasn't about me. It was about the future. I mean, I'm 61 years old. Think about it. There are many people that are activists. I haven't finished. There are many people that are activists out there who would love to represent the city, and they would do a great job, but they may not get the opportunity in Broderick and Bright because the way you're thinking 2 people are going to get elected, you know, from Broderick and Bright, it's not going to happen. Once again, you know, if you look at it, the southern parts of 1 and 2 have much higher percentage of voters, and it's going to be very, very hard to offset that vote. No one will get from the north will get elected. You know, you constantly make references, you know, to the rivers. I don't know what your obsession is with the rivers. I hear this all the time. Yes, I live in the rivers, but I also grew up on Hardy and Pierce. And the people in the rivers, they're not happy either, you know? I mean, they actually got divided. I had about 6 members, and I think you guys may have gotten some of those emails talking about how they didn't want the rivers divided. So this wasn't just, you know, in your mind, it's something that was devised to keep me in. That is not it at all. You heard from so many people on the Broderick Bright Alliances that came from so many groups, and they wanted to keep the North together. because maybe they thought they had an opportunity to also serve their communities when I am no longer there. And finally, Russ Liebig, he comes from the Rivers too, and he didn't get elected in the last election. So I just wanted to clear those things up, Mayor.
If I may, I just want to say that by saying that people can't get elected or it's not going to happen, I think that's just a really defeatist perspective and point of view. Because I think that I don't know if there is a claim that somebody on this council is representative of Brighton Broderick, because if there is, I think then that would be evidence that we can get someone elected from the community. In fact, it was an election at large, and this would be, 4A would be superior to that if we're going to argue for concentrating the ability to vote for people that we believe in. And so I don't want to just subscribe to that. And I will say that it was by Mr. Alcala's own admission in a recorded meeting when he said, we sued the city. So I'm not making a baseless claim there. That was a self-admission. And if that's inappropriate, then that's the source. So.
Okay, just to clarify again, Mayor, he did not. You can see who sued the city. It was Maria Rahaba. When people get passionate, sometimes they say things, but it was not, and I can tell you it was not Mr. Alcala. And second of all, Mayor, once again, the North, tell me, I think I'm the only person right now from the North in an at-large election, because there were several people who did run many years before. And if I remember, there was incidents of polarized voting for many years. That's one of the reasons that we had to go to, this district to vote on district elections. And, I think a lot of people were hopeful. But once again, we're violating the CVRA. But I guess that's for a judge to tell us.
All right. Any other comments from the council members? No? Okay. So I would like to have Mr. Robinson bring up the sequence, the timeline of when things took place. I do have some thought about that. I want to just put that up.
Sorry,
Mr. Armenta, I think you did your PowerPoint and it was a timeline of when things started.
Timeline for just the process started, or timeline for a sequence?
The timeline when the process started.
Yeah, so I can just share my screen again. Just to show
yes,
you
that's great. Thank you.
1 second. Thing pulled up again.
Sorry.
No, all good. All right. So this was the timeline of everything.
Oh, that's a little short. That's a lot shorter than what I thought. Okay. There is a. That's okay. You can take it down. Thank you.
Gotcha.
There in the staff report, I think it talks about when this process started, or somebody. Oh, you know what? It was Mr. Rafferty's PowerPoint presentation, and in Mr. Rafferty's PowerPoint presentation. You will see that we started this process, and I recall it happened before I got on council, October of 2018. And in October of 2018, I do recall Mr. Alcala was in a hospital. He wasn't, I don't think he was present to be able to participate in any of this at the time. And I know this was solely done by one plaintiff and Mr. Rafferty. I remember my first meeting in closed session, and which we can't talk about, but no action was taken for a couple of years. And it's been an ongoing debate in the public since then about what to do as it relates to making sure that there is equity in the city to enhance participation among populations that have felt disenfranchised and would like to hold a seat in public office. And I've been hearing about that and have seen that district elections would help accomplish that. And in looking further among those that are disenfranchised for a number of reasons, for the reasons we heard tonight. Whether it be the gang injunction, whether it be transferring and closing a pool down and putting it in the south side of the city, whether it be, the education system, which is not, there may be some disparity, as I hear from constituents about that, which is not referenced here tonight, but that's what I hear. Also talking about, sidewalks. I heard earlier tonight, sidewalks are not repaired, parks don't look as pretty as other parts of the city. Canvassing, I did hear a lot about there's no after-school programs whatsoever, and no access to via transportation. Been visiting the Teens Collins Center and seeing a lot of the youth that participate there struggling as parents. They could have substance abuse issues, or they could have, alcohol, issues, or the unemployment is pretty high in that area. The homes, when I canvassed the area, we've talked about over the years trying to find ways to provide resources to, help them provide facelift in their homes. And that really is a decision that council makes to dedicate resources to include inclusive economic, support for those that are looking for a small business in the Sacramento Avenue area. These are all issues that I've heard in the Brighton-Broderick area. Councilmember Early, I'm going to let you speak and then I'll conclude with my remarks. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to make a motion to adopt map 4A. So you can finish your comments, but the motion's on the floor.
Okay, thank you so much. And also just over the years has been an ongoing, a sense of crisis, a sense of urgency, a sense of desperation that the community, and even tonight, hearing the voices from the residents, feeling that map 4A is not their map of choice. This process that began, as Mr. Armenta shared, and I was, really interested in making sure that we had robust participation and feeling like we did achieve some feedback and thoughts in presentation. And map 6 was the first map that Mr. Hargrove prepared and shared, and was interested in sharing that with anybody. And so that map 6 was something that I looked at initially and thought, that's a good map. Yeah, I think that's something that we can go on. Nobody really disputed map 6. Then a ton of other maps, as we were hoping would be accomplished, came and surfaced. And then it came down to looking at the numbers. And I heard different sides of it. I think it really is varying opinions. And I really do think it's a matter of personal, your own justification as to which map is the best one. I think in taking into consideration Brighton-Broderick being kept together because of the institutional history, the number of generations that have lived there and have grown there. Visited the San Pedro Festival several times, met with a lot of people. They have to walk over from Brighton, get into Broderick and get into Brighton and visit, the San Pedro Association. So got a chance to meet with a lot of people out there over the years and value their history. They love their home. They just do everything they can, as Mr. Fregoso mentioned, creating Broderick love from the people as a result of, continuing to give back to others that are in need. Whether it be, children, for after-school programs or after-school support for the parents that are working, or parents that just need an additional support, whether it be a meal or resources. I really appreciate that, community members like Alfred Malborn contributes to community events and gives, free food, and during COVID, we were really struggling. And there are certain communities that I think were hurt the hardest, holding and convening a community picnic, get families together, and celebrate. And we try to do it safely, but to make sure that children had a good time. That was the hardest time in our lives. And to see that there were just residents who pulled together and gathered people. That's who I wanted to go out and meet and get to know and learn more about, and want to continue to do. And I, as mayor, you know, it is and remains at large. Do want to make sure that every voice in the entire city is heard. And I appreciate that all of our council members are in the same boat, no matter whether we're broken up in districts. I think we will all take that into consideration as well. And I do appreciate the comment that Mr. Mitchell made, which is, you know, to have a separate commission, draw the lines. You know, I gotta say, it would take a load off our shoulders. It would take a lot of time from doing this, you know, as we have a lot of council matters to address. It would give an opportunity for that commission to be representatives from the community, who represent different parts of the city, and to you know, absorb the concerns and thoughts, who I know they really care about. I think no matter, you know, I've looked at a lot of commission applications and just see a lot of people passionate and interested to make sure that the city's interests are taken into consideration. And there's been just a lot of interest in the outcome of this map. And I don't like the division that I see it creating today. I'm really sad to see the division it's caused, because I really appreciate every council member's voice here, and I just want us to work together as a council to be able to achieve good things together, because we have a lot of potential here in the city. We have a lot, you know, among our employees that are working for us, that are day in, day out working hard to do the work that, you know, we're making decisions on tonight. We just took from, you know, the consent agenda 2 through 24. A lot of activities happening. And, you know, we have a lot of people interested in doing something in our city. We have this farmer's market, and now others are going to be taking an interest as they frequent our city. We have a lot of interest in what's going on in not only the riverfront, but in other parts of the city. And if we're a council who's working collaboratively, it makes a huge difference to see more potential, to see more investment, to see more growth in the future, not just for one area of the city, but for the entire city. And that's what I'm here for as mayor, just to see us working collaboratively together. And we may not be united on this vote, we may be divided, and I'm going to try to do my best to see this through, to see this decision that has happened. And that's what I was committed to from the very beginning, was to see that we made a decision and to see it put forward, for better or for worse, whatever the outcome is, whether it get challenged or not, it's gonna move forward. And that's our call here today, because we were put like in a shotgun position to not negative, like a compressed time frame, nothing figuratively in our head, but just we had to move fast, like a shotgun wedding. We had to run out there and get this done quickly, and we did it. And I'm proud that the council has made that decision. You know, whether, you know, we got a lot of people who I think disagree with it, and I hear them, and I understand. And so, you know, because of that, I have a hard time, you know, aligning with any one particular, other than the one I've heard very strongly tonight. And because I really care about the community, I want to make sure we're all on the same page on that. And so, you know, I do appreciate all the work, the hard work that staff put into this, and whether it be and all the hard work that our community had invested, putting the time into. A lot of people tonight, you know, who spoke up tonight, and God, I'm so proud of our community members who never came on. I want you to come back. Can. There is a lot more to do, and we definitely want to hear you. And so, please come back and, continue to share your thoughts and your voice here on City Council, because we really need you to be a part of our decision-making process. It's not over today with this vote. So with that, we have a motion on the table. And I will abstain from making a decision tonight because I do want to be able to continue to keep an open door on working with the people on these issues. Madam Clerk, sorry, we need a second on that, and then we'll ask the clerk.
I'll second.
Okay.
Jeff, do you have something?
Just to make it clear, the motion then is to approve Resolution 2251, correct?
To adopt 4A.
By approving the resolution that has 4A attached to it.
Yeah, so, and just to be clear, Jeff, the resolution is just around the map. It sounds like we still need to talk about the sequencing. We still need to talk about the mayor. So I just want to make sure I'm very clear on what I'm putting forward.
Yes, Resolution 2251 adopts the map itself. That's the only thing it does.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Do we have a second?
Mayor, sorry, Councilmember Ledesma.
Yeah, well, watch it there.
Hey, you got a promotion.
I'm not sure about that, but go ahead.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Hurley?
Aye.
Councilmember Alcala?
No.
Councilmember Ledesma?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco?
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero?
Abstain? Okay, and so the next part is sequencing. And John, do you want to go over the process really quick?
Yeah, so the sequencing is embodied in the ordinance that you have before you. We do have the recommended sequencing from the staff recommended action built in presently. So as the council discusses its preferred sequence, what you want to do if you select a sequence that is different from what we've recommended, just part of your action should be to substitute the sequence that you've selected for the one that's in the ordinance presently, and then have the first reading of that be what you adopt. And then I would just point out too that depending on how you want to handle the mayoral term, that has potentially some implications on the ordinance itself. There is a way, should the council choose to build in a 4-year mayor decision into the ordinance. But unless you choose to go that way, you can proceed with the sequencing discussion, adopt the ordinance, and then proceed to the mayoral decision.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Armenta, do you want to add anything?
No, my understanding of the resolution, and you can correct me, John, is that districts 1 and 2 would be up in 2024 and districts 3 and 4 would be up in 2022.
And that's the staff recommendation as
Yes, that's the staff recommendation for sequencing, yes.
okay. Councilmember Early.
I just wanted to talk about the sequencing.
Sure.
I've been struggling with this map. I've been struggling with the sequencing. Because, and maybe the staff can correct me if I'm wrong, sequencing is forever, right? So whereas our district lines in 10 years, when we get new census data, will be looked at again, the sequencing will likely stay the same.
Paul can go into this.
It can be a little bit of a chicken and egg question, because if you were to, in a future redistricting, dramatically change lines, you would also have to do and identify which districts go where and when they come up as a result of that. So it's so I don't think that you are making a decision that is forever when you're choosing the sequencing. You can decision where 3 decades from now, the districts that are coming up in the gubernatorial cycle or from another area than the the ones that are coming up in the presidential.
So Paul, how often do cities drastically change their district lines enough to change sequencing?
It has happened this decade more so than in past decades, I'll tell you that, because so many cities and counties are dramatically changing their redistrictings through new processes and commissions and so on. So as an example, far away from where we are in Orange County, they dramatically changed the relationship between the inland and coastal districts and just literally swap the numbers. And so it's something you can do in future redistrictings. There's nothing in the state law that even says that you need to, follow the numbering system that you have in the current lines. The city of Sacramento does have a rule that when they do redistricting, they have to associate the number with the most people in the old district lines, but that isn't a state requirement. And so you could, in the next redistricting, completely renumber and reassign election dates.
And just
Even if we don't really, oh, go ahead, Joe.
To add on that too, a lot of the district lines will have to do with population, right? And so West Sacramento is slated to grow a lot. The district lines might change, they might not. We don't know what it'll be like in 10 years.
It's not just the district lines change though, right? If I'm understanding Joe and Paul, it's got to be drastic. I want to make sure because you said, hey, it can happen, but that doesn't mean it doesn't often happen, but it can happen. I just want to know what we're getting into.
Yeah. So as an example, let's say we adopt 4A tonight, which we did, and then in 10 years, some version of the 6 that was being considered is the one that is adopted. The council at that point might be able to make some decisions to number them and take those associated election times and make a fairly dramatic change to when people's elections are up. They could make that decision at that time.
Are you dodging my question, Paul? Does that happen often?
No, I'm just saying, I don't want to make what I'm trying to
doesn't happen often, right? You just told us, hey, I have done hundreds of these, right? I am the expert. And I'm asking you, as an expert, does it happen often?
I'd say it probably happens 10% of the time.
So that means 90% of the time it doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's fair to say. But it's not an absolute. And if you are, if there is a big change in 10 years, it could happen that the numbering would change with it. There's nothing that prohibits it.
But it's just very, very, very unlikely, right? I mean,
it's more likely that your lines will look more similar to what they are now and that there wouldn't be as dramatic a change, but Yeah,
right. Anything can happen, right? I mean, meteor can come right now from the sky. I get it. But the chances are smaller.
Yeah, the chances are smaller.
Okay, that was helpful. For me, the reason why I asked is because these are the things that I've personally been grappling with in my head when we talked about the map. And then on top of this idea of sequencing being almost forever, probably forever, improbable that 10% would happen, but could happen. Those are things that I've personally struggled with, and talking to community members, talking to my neighbors, right? Talking to parents that go to my daughter's school, and just really trying to engage people because it feels permanent-ish. Paul, I understand there's 10% chance, but man, that 90 feels right. I'd be happy if I won a game 90% of the time, just right, frankly. So, and so when we talk about doing a north versus south forever, that is something that I am really, really struggling with, particularly after the things, right, that we have heard just throughout this community engagement process of there feeling like there has been this divide, of there actually being divides for as long as West Sacramento has existed. And so that just, it feels wrong to submit into time. Every 2 years, the North would go and determine city council. And then the next 2 years, the South would go and determine city council. And to continue to just have this divide potentially forever. it's just something that's really, really weighing on me personally, as someone who loves the entire city and wants the entire city to be together and connected. And those are just things that I have personally been grappling with. I think the other thing for me that potentially I have thought about should be on the table is if we do go with a 4-year mayor, and what that means for one half of your city who would potentially always have a sitting city council member that could then, right, run what we would call safe, right? You've got your seat, you can always come back to, and then run for mayor, and what that potentially would also do for half the city, right? The north versus south, once again. And so just as I've thought about sequencing, those are just things that I think we should at least talk about, because it impacts the fabric of our city. Madam Mayor, you talked about feeling like, gosh, this feels divided, and we are about to further divide our city, potentially forever. And so I just think those are discussions we should have.
Councilmember Alcala.
Yeah, thank you.
Chris, if you want to go ahead. Okay, well, I was just going to move.
I was just
staff
pointing out, normally I had a
recommendation.
hand up.
Oh, no, I did. No, I was just going to say, I want to move on the staff recommendation. The 3 and 4 be the first in the sequence in 2022. So that's my move on the motion.
All right. Any other comments among our council members, questions? Councilmember
All right, now I was just hoping to have some more discussion before we went to move to a vote, because I think there were some important votes that I'm interested in kind of hearing from my colleagues and others around the potential. And for me, well, I'll go ahead and, if I may, I know we have a motion, but I'm asking if we can hold the motion for more comments before we get into the vote, Mayor. So I'm asking for some
public comment or?
my comments. You have a motion.
Oh, good. Go ahead. Yeah, you have the floor to speak.
All right. Yeah, thank you. So I don't know if we are exclusively talking about sequencing, because for me it starts with what I believe is it should be a 4-year mayor. That's my personal take. It's something I've struggled with over the last 10 years about when do we change it to a 4-year mayor, and when does it? When the voters, when do we go to the voters and ask them do they want to go from a 2-year to a 4-year mayor, which I'm thinking is starts with that, but it does bring up this dynamic that and I think I'm going to be hopeful and say somebody from District 1 or District 2, as we see them on the map, we get really good council members there in some future year 8, and from now, and their ability to run for mayor is something that, given that structure, maybe, I mean, they could do it. They would just have to do it when their term is up, not have that free ride, and which is, again, a dynamic that I would like to hear from colleagues about that discussion point, because this is somewhat permanent. I was interested in Paul's answer as well, in terms of the ability of it's no secret to the folks on this, in the windows here on my thing, I'm in Southport. I don't like the idea of Southport always having a free ride for mayor. I think that's, if that's the way the council wants to think about it, and that's, but I think that's kind of the proposition, and something I'm at the moment battling over. So it's just something that I think is worthy of some discussion.
Okay. Any other thoughts among the council members? Councilmember Early.
No, I'll be quiet because I'm curious to hear, Madam Mayor, do you have any thoughts on that, particularly because you're sitting in the mayor's seat right now? And I know you ran as a sitting city council member who had 2 years left. And so you could probably speak to personal experience, sort of the choice that you make when you have a seat that you're representing your community at large, and the potential, right, the alternative, which is you don't have a seat, and what that really does for the potential of folks running.
Well, that's happened for several years now, that there are city council members who ran against the mayor, but lost. So there were others, on the slate who tried, and as a regular, individual, and lost as well. I'm going to provide some comment after I hear everybody as usual, share some thoughts on this. I'm pretty much open-minded to, hear on this particular issue to where council is and hearing some feedback. And I didn't hear a whole lot from public comment on the sequencing. So there's not a lot I can take from where public comment was. I'm looking at the staff recommendation. So that's kind of like my guide here. Did have a chance to speak with the city manager a little bit. And came to the conclusion that I was fine with the staff recommendation.
So you don't, right, I'm new to this, and plus you, like I said, have had the opportunity, so you know what this is like in the grappling of decisions. That's actually why I'm asking the question, right? Because forever, potentially, you would have, depending on how we do a 4-year mayor, right? Potentially the South always having the opportunity, quite frankly, right, that you had as well, which was, so it's not just a, hey, it's happened before historically, right? We once again would be dividing the city, and the South would always have a sitting city council member with 2 years left on their seat, similar to your situation, that you could run, right? And you're absolutely right. You've had people from outside who weren't sitting city council members who could also run and who have lost. But there's something different about having a seat, because you're like, okay, well, even if I lose, I still am able to represent my community, which is really important to me, and I'm assuming, right? And so that's actually why I'm asking the question, because you would forever have the fact that once again, this divide, almost, quite frankly, giving potentially the South a little bit more of a likelihood of having mayors moving forward.
Well, that's, I think, something we talked about in the past meeting, where there are going to be 2 districts, no matter how you look at it. If it went to a 4-year mayor term, who would not have the opportunity? And are you considering which 2 would have that opportunity? Is that your?
Yeah, I'm saying that if, depending on what we were to do today, potentially you would have the South would, right? So to your point, you're always right. We're always going to potentially have 2 districts if we go to a 4-year that would have a seat that they would be a sitting city council member, have 2 years left on their seat, and they could run knowing that they still had a city council seat to go back to. And what we would be putting into place potentially today would be knowingly saying the South will always have those seats. I'm just saying we should talk about it. That's all I'm saying. If no one has any thoughts on it, I have put it out there. Like I said, I feel very strongly about equity. And if we're like, no, we're good. We are good with the fact that the South would have almost kind of like a little edge over the North. If we're good with that, that's what I'm saying that I've personally been grappling with.
It's a theory. I don't think it's fact. I mean, we've had 1 mayor for the last 22 years, and I mean, for as long as we've been a city, that's the longest term. I mean, so historically, it could change now, the way things moving forward in the future. I mean, I just don't. We're a unique city in which we have a unique history. That's how I see it. And That's why I took into consideration staff recommendation in their analysis and been supportive of their recommendation so far.
I mean, I appreciate their analysis and I appreciate the thought that they have put into it. I just was suggesting that we put some additional thought into the discussion of what the staff put up, particularly in light of the fact that it is forever and we are once again cementing a divide between North and South. Forever. I'm sorry, Paul, 90% chance.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco.
I don't want to stop this discussion. I want it to keep going, frankly, because I haven't heard anything to refute that notion. I find that really concerning, considering the 2.5-hour discussion and public comment we just entertained. When we're talking about the rights of people on the North, the first thing I'm thinking is, well, they're going to be at a tremendous disadvantage. You have to choose. You have to choose. You run for council, or do you run for mayor? And that is obviously, I don't know why nobody else flagged that as an issue. I mentioned it a few meetings ago, which is probably the reason I was leaning toward a 2-year mayor, because I never wanted to disadvantage any one community from having an opportunity to have that free ride like you did. I mean, frankly, that's a very attractive position to be in, because you don't lose. You still go back to your city council seat if you lose the mayorship. So again, I find it concerning that we would just go straight to a motion without entertaining some type of discussion. This is a very big decision to make. And so the strategic, motion, I want to do a motion without having the discussion. I think that does a disservice to the community by not entertaining a very valuable discussion that needs to be had about a very significant policy issue.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco, I'd just like to ask who put a motion. Did I miss that? I'm sorry, did somebody put a motion?
Yeah, she did.
I made the motion, Mayor.
And then
I was like, wait, can we talk?
And then what did I do? I brought it back. I brought it back for discussion, right?
That's correct. Right, and I did based on staff recommendation, because I think, the staff.
Correct, I forgot. You did have Councilmember Alcala put a motion.
But we're talking about it now, and I'm hopeful, right? I just want us to actually acknowledge it's forever, you guys. So I just think that it's important that it takes more than 5 seconds, right? Like, I understand that it's been a long time, but this is something that is going to impact the fabric of our city forever. It's potentially not going to get changed in 10 years, right? With the redistricting or anything like that. And it's huge.
Councilmember Alcala, would you like to withdraw your motion so that we can continue the discussion at this point? Per Mayor Pro Tem concerns.
I don't have a problem continuing. I mean, I have the motion on there, Mayor. I don't have a problem with the discussion. Is it procedurally that I have to take the motion off in order to have more discussion?
No.
Ms. Mitchell?
No, it's not. It is much more customary, though, to hold off on motions until the discussion is complete.
All right.
But there is no second at this point. And Mayor, if you're comfortable allowing the conversation to continue, there's no reason why the motion has to be withdrawn.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I just want to make sure that all council members are not being overlooked at their comments, their concerns, or their thoughts, questions, that we do have a robust conversation. That's very important to me here. And I'm even willing to open it up for public comment, because I feel like we didn't have enough public comment on this. But, there's, it didn't come up. It's been on the agenda as a question. It was presented under the presentation very clearly that this was an item up for discussion. Again, I didn't hear from anybody other than the map. No.
I was going to say, we got a couple public comments on sequencing, actually.
And would you like to relay those?
I mean, I can summarize them if you want.
Sure. Feel free to do so.
Hopefully I do them justice. Okay, so we received a few public comments on going with the sequencing. Again, this was staff recommendation around sequencing. I think we received maybe 2 on that out of, I think we had 10 or 11 public comments. And then we actually heard 1 public comment on considering having 1 seat in the north go up and 1 seat in the south go up. And so we heard that on sequencing as well. So out of the 11, I think maybe we got 3. Again, just going up in memory.
That's very helpful. Thank you so much, Councilmember Early. And I recall that as well. I'm thinking about the significant number of people from the north that spoke, referencing map 6 as their choice, did not specifically mention the sequence, but again, I'm willing to open it up. I know, let me see if I'm going to look at the numbers that are there, because we opened it up, now it's like half the people. So it's not really doing the process any justice at this point. So I do appreciate your thoughts about, I think this is a conversation we've had before, that during the 4-year term, there's going to be 2 districts that will not have the opportunity to,
have to make a decision, right?
In other words, and run.
Yeah.
Yes. And there are going to be 2 that will have that option. So it's.
Would it be helpful if
I mean, one of the other, Joe, if you don't mind, I would love to hear from you, but I actually really want to hear from my fellow council members. And because I think, Madam Mayor, when we have historically had this discussion, and we've had it a couple of times very lately, we didn't really, it wasn't on the table, a north versus south divide, right? And that wasn't what we were entertaining. What we were talking about was just theoretically, if we were to go into districts, hey, 2 are potentially going to be at a slight disadvantage. And so this idea that we would bake in that the north would be at a slight disadvantage, right? Or by the way, any side of our city, right? Half of our city would be at a slight disadvantage. Again, it feels wrong morally.
I hear what you're saying, Councilmember Early, but I didn't choose map 4A. We're being put in that predicament at this point. That's where I'm at right now. I mean, we're going.
But it's not just map 4A though, Madam Mayor. We're talking about sequencing now, so it's less the map 4A. I get it that you abstained right from the map, so I understand that. But no matter what map we would have picked, we would have had to likely decide on sequencing, right? Like that's part of our charge.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So, and I know this may not, right? This may be a crazy thought, because it doesn't protect our seats, but we're not supposed to be protecting our seats, right? And so, should we have a seat in the north and a seat in the south go up? That is actually what I'm asking you all.
Councilmember Ledesma.
I'm a bit torn, right, about this. And I heard a couple of the comments as well, and we're deferring to staff recommendation of, a southern, which, to be clear, would directly benefit me, right? If I chose to run, whatever, but that the district is there. But again, I'm trying to think of the entire city. And maybe staff, Joe, I know you want to comment in, or Paul did.
I was just going to ask if it would be helpful for me to share the map, just so you can look at it.
I mean, I've been looking at it over and over. Like I said, I've been belaboring this issue. I appreciate you showing us the map, but I mean, it's 4 quadrants. As Councilmember Ledesma said, it's like, it's Fisher Price.
No, but with that, I mean, obviously, Councilmember Alcala put the motion forward. I mean, perhaps Councilmember Alcala, you'd like to maybe share some of the justification under which you would think that would be more appropriate, given the concerns that have been expressed.
Well, I told you, I believe the staff did a lot of work on it, and, they went ahead and bought it out, not to mention 3 and 4, districts 3 and 4, are going to be up in 2022. It's just that simple. It's the reason I'm moving with this recommendation.
But I mean, staff provides a lot of different recommendations that we don't often just follow suit with indiscriminately, right? I mean,
I think we have, at least while I've been on the council, I think everyone's agreed with staff recommendations. I can't remember us ever disagreeing with staff.
I want to stop the, going back and forth and challenging in that tone, because I think Councilmember Alcala answered the question, Mayor Pro Tem Orozco.
Well, I have another question, Madam Mayor, and so I would like to have the floor, please. And Madam Mayor, please, we don't want to suppress the conversation here if we're trying to get to a voting decision.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco, but it is my choice here as mayor to decide who gets to speak when.
Are you suppressing my ability to speak, Madam Mayor?
No, Mayor Pro Tem Orozco, I am asking for you to not banter back and forth with Councilmember Alcala. She answered the question, and I think she answered it fully. And I think your challenging is like, you're questioning her judgment, which is, I don't understand that. And I want to understand from you what your thinking is behind Councilmember Alcala's point of view. And instead of directly asking Councilmember Alcala her question.
You're asking me to ask you the question instead of asking it directly about Madam Alcala?
Yes. What are your thoughts about Councilmember Alcala's point of view?
Well, I don't know that there really is much of a point of view other than I support the staff recommendation, but the conflict that I'm experiencing here is if we're that concerned about the rights of folks in the North, would it be at all concerning that the folks might have a disadvantage if they wanted to run for mayor, but then had to choose between selecting a seat or mayorship? Because frankly, the staff recommendation looks fine and well until you consider that. And to me, that should be something that we all discuss, especially in light of the last discussion we just had. It just seems to be not in alignment.
Mayor, I just find it so disingenuous that now they're concerned with the thoughts of people in the North when they voted for map 4A. That being said, I'm going to go with the staff recommendation. I'm not going to have any more discussion on it. It's a fair sequence, 3 and 4 up. Chris, you've had your 4 years. Dante, you were on, you assumed Martha's seat. That was the end of the 4-year term in 2022.
Thank you, Councilmember Alcala. I do want to make sure we don't call each other names, whether it be disingenuous. I do want to appreciate everybody's point of view here, their position. So I just like for us to not get to that tone amongst each other. If we could be respectful towards one another here, that would be much appreciated, because it can get too intense and not get to the goal where we need to make a decision at this point.
Thank you.
I actually am thinking about the North. That's actually why I'm asking the question. To Councilmember Ledesma's point, I also live in the south part of our city, and this would directly benefit me as well. That's not how I'm making decisions. I don't plan on being on council forever. Just like Councilmember Alcala said, hey, I'm not going to be here forever. Neither am I. This decision is forever. And so this idea that we would further divide our city in this way, in a way that we know has been contentious and us versus them, I don't know why we would continue this divide and then cement it forever. Knowing, again, that it's not just North versus South, but knowing that the South is going to forever have an advantage. And I don't actually think it's something we should take lightly. It does factor into your calculus of whether you're going to rent or not. And it does factor into whether it's easier to raise money, all of the things. And so I think it's unfortunate that we are faced with this decision. I think it would be unfortunate to not have a discussion about it and to just go in eyes wide open, knowingly knowing what we are putting into place forever. I think it's important that we have that discussion. I think it's important that we acknowledge the potential that this would have on our north neighbors and the disadvantage.
Thank you. Mayor Protem Orozco?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just question, is this one of those factors that we absolutely have to discuss, decide tonight as part of the...
Mr. Robinson?
Well, it looks like Jeff came on too. I might let him have first swing at it.
So the sequence of elections is embedded in the ordinance. Tonight is your first reading of the ordinance. Between first and second reading, you can only make non-substantive changes. So for us to be able to have first reading of the ordinance tonight and adoption on June 1st, a decision on sequencing needs to be made tonight. The decision on whether a 2-year or 4-year mayor does not have to be made tonight. It needs to be made tonight if you want to change it. If you don't make a decision, you will not change it. Or if your decision is to put it on the ballot, that's, that can be done later. But though the two pieces that are embedded in the ordinance are the sequence of elections, and at the moment, without any change, the ordinance will preserve the 2-year term. I don't know if that's helpful or not. I do feel compelled, I do want to make the point that one of the requirements of the CBRA, and I know that you are doing this, but I just want to sort of keep the conversation focused, to give special consideration to the purposes of the voting rights when you're deciding on sequencing. And I hear that that's what's happening. Your conversation is about North and South, but I will just remind you that that is a frame that you should be viewing this.
And Madam Mayor, if you want me to dive in at all.
Sure, go ahead.
I really do. I think this is a great discussion. I think Dr. Early's comments about the way that it affects the mayoral race is really insightful, and probably there's a lot of legitimacy to that. The challenge is that when we're talking about the districts, if we were to take districts where there's a lower turnout population, a lower socioeconomic population, that's turnout might really plummet in gubernatorial years, we could be setting up a situation where that district in the north isn't able to as effectively elect a candidate of choice in the first place. And so we can be concerned about a candidate from the north not being able to be given the same kind of free ride to run for mayor. But the bigger concern should be that you might not elect that person in the first place if the districts are placed in an election cycle that's low turnout. Let's think about this coming gubernatorial election cycle. We might have turnout in the north that's, 40% turnout in a gubernatorial cycle, but in a presidential cycle, it might be 70%, more reflective of the overall community. And as we know, when turnout drops, it drops really asymmetrically. It's not that everybody's turnout drops a little bit. High turnout, affluent, white homeowners always vote at 60, 70, 80%. It's the apartment residents, it's the minority communities, it's younger people whose turnout drops. And if you have a district that might, because we have to keep districts that are equally sized, might have some more affluent residents and some more lower socioeconomic residents, you could, by putting them in a gubernatorial cycle, make it harder for them to elect their candidate of choice. And that might be the real primary concern about the sequencing.
That's goodness, that's what I was looking for.
Question about Paul. So Paul, 1 and 2 should really go into a presidential year because in a presidential year, otherwise it disenfranchises the minorities. That's what you're saying, right? Because we know that they'll probably vote more in presidential years. So 1 and 2, okay, should be in the 2024 cycle.
Yeah.
Which goes back to what the recommendation with staff was. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Early?
No, Paul, that was really, for me, that was really helpful, because what you're saying is, hey, yeah, that's important, but even more important is potentially not even getting those candidates in the first place. So although we are knowingly going to potentially do this, that is what, those are the choices in front of us.
Yeah.
So can we also then discuss our 4-year mayor?
Can we take a vote on this first and then go to that? I think we'll keep it
All
clear.
right, we'll keep
Oh, is
going.
is there a reason why you want to discuss it? Does it have an impact on the decision?
No. I don't think
No?
it does. No, I don't think it does for me. I thought we would just take care of the rest of it, but we can
Oh,
pause.
okay. Jeff,
I just want to make the point that because both the decisions are intrinsic to the ordinance, you could do a straw vote now, not a formal vote, but you could, do a consensus on the sequencing issue and then talk about the mayor part. And then based on the conclusion of your conversation about the mayor term, we're ready to move the ordinance forward and have it.
I see. Okay.
That makes sense.
Thank you so much for your guidance on that. Aaron?
I was going to say the same thing, but not as well. So, yeah, just remember the ordinance is what includes both of those items. So, yeah.
All righty then. Member Early, please continue.
I was just wondering if we were going to have a discussion on it.
Given the guidance we just received, it's a good idea to have a conversation right now about the mayor.
Perfect. All right. Remember, I'm only 7 months in, so I know I look like a pro.
And this whole process is new to me, so I think we're all in the same boat on this.
So, we did hear public comment on this, and one of the things that struck me was, I think one of the public comments said that they thought that it was the last time this was put before the voters, that I think there was some sort of assumption or thought that it was going to go for a year. The voters actually chose 2. And so for me, we heard, I think, from a couple of public comments today that, yeah, 4-year does make sense. And quite frankly, personally, I think 4-year makes sense. But because, at least to me, the last time it went in front of voters, that there was sort of this unknown factor, and that the voters decided to go 2 years, that if we're going to change it, it just feels like it should go to the voters and that they should change it. But we should absolutely put it in front of them.
Thank you. Any other comments among the council members?
I agree. I think, I'm all about the voters made the decision the first time. I think it should go to the voters. And I just want to say, I appreciate, Paul, you chiming in. That was the level of analysis that I was looking for in order to help base my decision. I appreciate that.
Of course.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I think I'm sorry, I'm commenting. I already said it. I'm supportive of a 4-year mayor, but even more so after the last discussion, right? About sequencing and the community understanding kind of the dynamics of the mayorship being 2-year or 4-year. It more so, but in my mind, is that solidified. It should go to the voters, right? So, I don't know where council is. I'm not reading votes very well, but we're reading kind of head count here on sequencing. But it sounds pretty clearly that 1 and 2, if we're keeping that numbering system, will be a 2022 issue. I'm sorry, 2024 and a 2022. And I hope this discussion, right? This is what we should be doing, deliberating and talking, and because it gains understanding around. We don't do it enough, and getting people understanding about this. I mean, I was 10 minutes ago, I was sitting here contemplating making a motion to put, another district up over the district that I would sit in, because this isn't about us. I appreciate the discussion around this, because these aren't about us. I've been here for a bit, and we've got to project ourselves for election cycles away which is 8 years out. The next council, which all of us are on it, God bless you that are. It is around giving them the framework to do, and the community to have a governance body that they feel they have a part of. I am concerned more probably now about 4-year mayor, given that I really hope as this progresses on and we find people running for office from either one or two that do an outstanding job. I want them to have the opportunity to run. I think a 4-year mayor is best for the city, because you do want somebody at large thinking largely about the entire city and being able to work with the 4 council members. But I think it's best. I think that the voters need to be. I thought the voters had stated already. I think I stated at the very beginning that they opined on this in 2000, whenever it was 4 or 6, and they should have the right to kind of be able to ask it. But I was a really strong proponent of 4. But I'll let the voters decide if they want a shot at mayor, that maybe they keep it 2. So again, that's my opinion.
Okay, Councilmember Alcala, did you have your hand up? Go ahead.
I also favor a 4-year mayor. Let me ask you, if it goes to the voters, Mr. Mitchell, when would that be?
That would be in November. You have time, I think in your staff report, John Robinson laid out, the idea would be we'd bring it back on June 1st in a workshop, and then at your June 15th meeting, you would make a decision. If you decided to put a measure on the ballot, there is sufficient time to run it through the process. We have confirmed that with the elections officials.
Right, and those would be remote meetings, just for anyone in the public. I was going to talk about that later. I think it's important to say now. The deadline for the county, I believe, is June 21st. We need to have the ballot measure to them, so that's why we were contemplating in the staff report kind of a 2-step process, do a workshop. We don't have language proposed for it. We need to give that some thought, bring it to you on the 1st, get your input, and then bring it back for final consideration on the 15th.
Thank you.
Can I just state something real fast, Mayor? Yeah, and not to banter with it, but Norma, my thought is we're going 4-year. It needs to be in the presidential election, right? There's no mayorship up, but so in my mind, if we were going to do it, we would start a 4-year mayor term in 2024. Right?
Yes, I'm sorry if that was unclear. It would be on the ballot in 22. It would go into effect in 24.
Right.
So the first 4-year election would be 24.
And we will get into the phrasing of ballot language, whatever else later, about ensuring the public is aware of sort of the choice they have. Correct?
Right. We haven't.
We don't have to. In other words, it's not group composition tonight, right?
Unless you want to really go get into it. But that's what staff can do some work with the attorney and come up with some options, and we'll bring those back for a workshop on the 1st.
Thank you. I have a question for either Mr. Mitchell or Mr. Armenta about the voters choosing whether it be a 2-year or 4-year term. They've already selected a 2-year term. Is there a rationale, do you think, among the voters to be able to have the choice, and that's where they lean towards a 2-year term?
There's historically, looking at elections around the state and around the country, when you ask voters if they want to vote more, they generally say, yeah, we want to vote more. And then they sometimes complain about how many things they're having to vote on. But that's just a pattern, and you would have to articulate a strong rationale to voters as to why more maybe stable 4-year term for a mayorship is important for the governance of the city, because, posed with both options, oftentimes voters do choose to vote more.
That's my impression as well. And I don't know how it was articulated when this was put before the voters before. Does anybody have any history around that?
Do you mean how the ballot measure was structured?
Before, yes.
So as I understand it, the ballot measure asked 3 questions. First question was, do you want to have an elected mayor? The second question was, if we have an elected mayor, do you want it to be a 2-year term? And then the third question was, do you want it to be a 4-year term? And I believe that the decision was based on the number of yes votes in 2 years versus 4 years.
I see.
And that's not necessarily a model we would recommend replicating.
Well,
You would have
Well,
to
you wouldn't need
options.
we wouldn't need to because we already have a 2-year mayor.
Right.
So the question, and we've
One
decided already to keep it an elected mayor, at least my rationale was, because that's what the voters had asked for, right?
Right, I'm referring more to.
But I understand, but yeah, I understand.
Question. Yeah.
Yeah, the question is probably, do you want to go from a 2-year to a 4-year mayor? I think that's the question. And if it doesn't, right, the vote would be pretty much based on that. So because if it fails, then it would remain a 2-year mayor.
So I'm not hearing that we're trying to make a compelling argument for the 2-year or the 4-year. I'm hearing that we want to give it to the voters to decide. Is that what I'm hearing among the council members?
That's what I just suggested. And what kind of threw me is I want to make sure, given the statement from Paul about, if this is indeed around, and it should be, right? I understand we're giving presidential election to, that should be our overriding concern, is making sure that voter turnout, I guess it is, occurs. Those same voters are, as is phrased by, I think, Dr. Early, was around that raises above the level in this discussion versus their ability to run for mayor. And I think that's where I'm trying to make sure the voters have a say in that, of their ability to have that opportunity. And I think that's where the vote is probably more important, if that makes sense, at 11:15 at night.
I was gonna say, we're gonna get to workshop this, correct? Okay, man.
Workshop the ballot language, is that what you're saying?
If I heard our city manager correctly, if we decide to direct staff to potentially go forward with putting a 4-year mayor on the ballot, that we would workshop it June 1st and then vote on it June 15th.
Right.
So, that's what I heard.
Yeah, typically in prior, we don't have recent experience on this topic, but we've had, say, tax measures. We would typically bring a workshop forward with at least one, potentially multiple options in terms of ballot language for the council to approve or change, and then we would bring it back for final adoption on the 15th. And that would be our recommendation based on what it sounds like is consensus to go that direction.
Oh, all right, that's helpful to know. Thank you so much. I think it'll be good to see the recommendation of the workshop once we get to that point. And any other thoughts or comments from among the council members about Mr. Mitchell? Oh, sorry, you just had your mic on. Did Mr. Mitchell, did you want to add anything?
This Mitchell? We have 2 Mitchells.
Sorry. Paul Mitchell.
It's too late for that, sir.
Paul.
It's too late.
All night, I've been like flinching when I don't know which Mitchell you're asking. I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I didn't even, didn't cross my mind. I just look at
In the interest of full disclosure, no relation, okay?
Okay. Okay. So I think there's consensus to put it on the ballot, is what I'm gathering among the council members. That's what I'm gathering, right? Yeah, okay. Then are we ready to vote at this point, or would we like more discussion? Where are we on this?
There was a motion on the floor, Mayor, for the sequencing.
For the sequencing?
Right,
Jeff,
first.
Jeff,
Yes.
Jeff is going to give us guidance on the vote here.
I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the motion would be consistent with the current draft of the ordinance, in that districts 3 and 4 would be up in 2022, and districts 1 and 2 would be up in 2024. And there would be no change made by the council to the mayor term. And the ordinance does not need to reflect coming back on June 1st with a workshop on putting a ballot measure on.
Right.
So if I'm stating that correctly, then the motion would be to conduct the first reading, read by title and number only of ordinance, whatever ordinance number it is.
2217.
17?
Thank you, 2217.
Yeah, 2217. We already voted on 2251, and we have 2217. And I'll accept a second on 2217. I think that's what Councilmember Alcala moved. Are we ready to vote? Sorry, let me go back to the question. Are we ready to vote on this at this point? Do we have more comments or feedback?
If not, we will need a second.
Okay, so then if we are ready to vote, I will need a second. I just don't know where council is at on this discussion. May I have some feedback on whether or not you're ready to vote for this?
I thought we had a discussion around whether the motion is this 1 and 2, right? That's what we discussed.
Right.
1 and 2. This is the motion. Okay.
1 and 2 is 2024, and 3 and 4 is 2022. That's ordinance 22-17. I think Councilmember Alcala moved that, and we need a second.
You're able to second, right, Madam Mayor?
Excuse me? I didn't do a second.
You're able to, I said you're able to second, right? Are we the only ones allowed to second?
I'm not going to second this one.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
You're not going to second this one?
I support it, but I thought I heard from council they were okay with this, with the ordinance 22-17. And so that's why I'm not trying to jump ahead. We lost council member early again. I don't know what happened.
Wait for her to get back.
Okay.
Mayor, if I could, just while we're waiting for her to come back, we are, for anyone that's waiting for the parking item, we are going to be recommending to continue that public hearing. So it would be June 1st. I'm sorry if you've been waiting this time, but that item's not for a couple.
Is that item 28?
Right. We'll take care of the action that's needed at that time. But yeah, the parking item's going to be recommended over to June 1st. Yeah, in case any of the attendees are waiting for that one.
Thank you.
Are we done?
We're waiting for you to come back.
The next thing I'm going to do is work on broadband. I'm just throwing that out there.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. So is there comment regarding ordinance 22-17? Is there disagreement? Is there there's no support for it?
I've already voiced how I feel about this. Feels wrong, but I understand it.
So Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
The entire ordinance, this is the selection of the map, this is the sequencing, and this is the
We
four-year
selected
term for mayor, is that correct?
This is all in
Everything's on there.
Just to clarify, the ordinance is the document that actually changes the city from at-large to by-district election. So you have to have the ordinance in order to be able to hold at-large or by-district election. It also establishes the sequence of elections, and it is silent on mayor, meaning that it would continue to be a two-year mayor unless something else changes, either a ballot measure, or if Mr. Rafferty chooses to pursue it in court, he can ask the court to order a four-year term. That would be an option for him.
And just to recap everything else, you've already adopted resolution, sorry about the number, that established the map.
Right.
And you've given what I heard consensus direction to staff to plan for a workshop on June 1st to discuss a ballot measure for a four-year mayor.
So, Mr. Mitchell, I'm not hearing a second. What do you suggest?
In the absence of a second, you continue the discussion, I guess,
Okay.
Or look for an alternate motion.
That's my question at this point, because I'm a little lost. So
You have a motion to conduct the first reading of the ordinance as written. At the moment, you have a motion but no second.
And just to reiterate, Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is an item in terms of the sequencing that must be established this evening.
We need to take an action tonight.
We need to take an action tonight, council members. So I would like to see some decision from the council members if, we need to move forward on this.
I mean, in all fairness, Madam Mayor, you're part of this discussion as well, though. I mean, you have the ability to second this and move the discussion forward as well. No, it's not just on the council members.
Well, I am not taking a second, so I'm making a decision. And I'm asking the council members to share with me what it is they would like to do. There is a motion on the table, a second, or it could be, then if you would like to have an alternative motion, I think that's what I'm seeking from council. What is the next step? It's either a discussion on why this motion is not acceptable, or would you like to have an alternative motion?
Maybe the discussion on why it's not acceptable.
We can have the discussion on why it's not acceptable.
Madam Mayor, why are you not seconding the motion? I'm just curious. Because if we can all second, is there something behind that, or it would be helpful for me to know why it needs to be one of us, one of the council members?
I am looking for consensus, so that is why my decision is to not move this one as a second. And if there's no consensus, I'd like to hear more about it. That's my reasoning for not moving this forward as a second. And map 6, the other decision, I was interested in hearing what council was as far as that vote went forward. And I know it was a different decision you made earlier, so that's why that one came forward. I supported 6 and abstained on 4A.
Okay, just for the sake of discussion, I'm going to bring this back to discussion.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So the notion of the 1 and 2, this is about sequencing, right? So 1 and 2 going in 2022, what I heard from staff was the CVRA is overriding kind of the factor here. That's what Paul you stated, and so I'm just trying to understand sort of like there's the option is not we can't go back. There's a 10% chance that we can undo what we start here, correct?
So the CVRA says that you should be giving special consideration to the intents of the CVRA, and that includes listening to any community testimony. I'll use it again, the 90% rule maybe is that generally the areas that have the highest minority population, that the idea would be to put those into the districts that come up in the presidential. And that's true in most of our redistrictings, that's what we've seen. The one exception we saw was in the city of Santa Ana, where the Vietnamese community got a district run for the first time to elect a Vietnamese candidate of choice. And they said, well, no, we want the district to come up in a gubernatorial cycle because we need this district up immediately. We don't want to wait 2 more years to be able to have the opportunity to elect our candidate of choice. So in that case, we have seen situations where, you know, a community outcry would cause them to have a district numbering system in another way. But from purely a redistricting and policy standpoint, I think that the districts that have the highest low turnout, low socioeconomic population should be up in the presidential because it reduces the inequity in those election turnout differences.
Very helpful, Paul. Thank you. Councilmember Ledesma, did you have any other thoughts or questions?
I don't at this point.
Well, it looks like ordinance 22-17 does not have a second among the council members. And if Mr. Mitchell, what do you recommend at this point?
I recommend that we move this forward, otherwise you will be in violation of your settlement agreement.
Okay.
So I strongly encourage some decision to be made.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. We have been advised by council that a decision needs to be made. And I would like an action to, if it's not going to be ordinance 22-17, that council provide a recommendation.
Madam Mayor, I turn it back to you. I want to know what your recommendation is.
I've repeatedly said I'm supportive of staff recommendation, but I am not going to second it. So I'm here to listen to where council is at and ask for you to provide either a second or an alternative motion. And it really
Why won't you offer a motion?
It's not just up to the mayor to decide. It really is, we have 5 members here on the city council. And
okay, hold on. We have one job, and that is to take a position, defend the position, analyze the options, and then vote on the position. And we just saw one example of, you taking a position and making a second on something that, for whatever purposes you had, you did it in that circumstance. But in this, I'm wondering why we have that disconnect. We've all had the opportunity to speak, but we haven't heard any justification behind it. And I mean, frankly, it would be a good opportunity to move the discussion.
yeah, Mayor Protem Orozco.
Don't talk to me in that tone, please. I am trying to move this conversation, and you keep interrupting me, Madam Mayor. This is not about chastising me for my behavior because I speak in a certain way. I'm being very forward with you to let you know that I'm seeing an injustice And I think that you need to do a
Break.
better job at
I will ask
facilitating the
council
discussion.
To ask for us to take a break if we are not speaking over each other.
Well, then don't speak over me then.
Then, Madam Clerk, let's call a break. We're going to call a 5-minute break because this is not acceptable among the council members to be speaking towards one another in this way. We will have a 5-minute break.
I don't need a break, Madam Mayor. I think that we are all in the point where we were trying to move the discussion.
Are you willing to be this is, as mayor, I get to decide who speaks and who doesn't. Now, I'm asking for you to not ask me the question because I've provided the answer several times.
You have not provided any answer, Madam Mayor. Let's be real.
Well,
I could interject. I do, look, I do think doesn't have to be 5 minutes, just taking a couple minutes to reset this and then come back.
That would be great.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Now that all the council members are back, we will continue the discussion. I just first wanted to ask our city attorney to remind council there is a process that we run the meeting and the role of the mayor. Mr. City Attorney, can you?
Yes, I don't have your council procedures in front of me, so I'm not quoting from them. But the traditional role of the mayor is to coordinate the meeting, including recognizing speakers. And the mayor's job is to run the meeting in that sense. So the mayor recognizes speakers, asks for motions. There is no rule that prohibits the mayor from making a second or making a motion for that matter. But traditionally, the mayor neither makes the motion nor seconds it.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Councilmember Alcala.
Jeff, I'm sorry, that you, Mr. Mitchell. So Jeff Mitchell. So I'm trying to get some clarity on here. So if we don't go with the staff and the demographer recommendation, which was the 3 and 4 should come up in 2022 due to the CBRA presidential year, for 2024 and having 1 and 2, then if we don't get a second on this and we don't vote on it, a judge is going to make the decision. Is that correct?
That's the likely outcome, because we are in court on Monday, the 23rd, whatever the 23rd is, for a status conference. So the status conference is for a check-in with the court to let them know what's happened. At that time, the court will either, if the parties are in agreement, the court would bless the map that has been chosen. If the parties are not in agreement, the court would set a hearing date for a hearing on which map to choose. If, in addition, there has been no step forward on adopting the ordinance, presumably the hearing would also decide what to do on that particular score. But it would be tied up in the same decision. It all has to be decided in time for the county's timeline. So, I don't know what else to say. The expectation, our expectation has always been that we would have first reading tonight and second reading and adoption on June 1st. Second reading and adoption, as you all know, is usually very ministerial because we can't change the ordinance between first and second reading. So the hard work is always done at first reading, and that's where you are now.
We still have a motion on the floor?
We do.
Okay, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So I first of all, I appreciate the break, and this has been an emotional night. Lots of feedback. So and I needed a break. So this particular issue, sequencing. I think my concerns about this clear. I've been trying to be thoughtful towards future opportunities that are presented in the mayoral race. And I am aware and hearing council and hearing our demographer very clearly. I necessarily don't, at the risk possibly of my own seat, I would have preferred a seat go up in the north, but I hear you loud and clear. I'll second this. And I think we made it clear that we'll make the mayor race on the ballot so that it's cleared to the folks that are not getting this opportunity will have a chance to vote on that very issue, whether they would have an opportunity on an off year, a pre-run year, have the opportunity to run for mayor. Because that's my hope, is that they get the same opportunities as everybody else. So I'll second it with that caveat.
All right, Madam Clerk, Councilmember Alcala moved, Councilmember Ledesma second for ordinance 22-17 to be approved. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Early,
Aye.
Councilmember Alcala,
Aye.
Councilmember Ledesma,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco,
No.
Mayor Guerrero.
Aye, this motion is approved.
And just to be clear, this is not approval of the ordinance. This is first reading of the ordinance.
First reading of the ordinance. Thank you so much.
We'll be back on June
Jeff?
4th for second reading and adoption.
Okay, thank you so much, Jeff, for that clarification. I appreciate it. I know Aaron and I were going over that process earlier today, so that I made sure I got it clearly understood. And I appreciate your clarification. Is there anything else on this item that we need to work on?
Looking at John, just to be sure.
Sounds as if the direction is to come back with a workshop on the mayor term, correct?
Right.
Okay, that's all I need.
Okay. Okay, then I think we can move on to our next item. Is that correct, Aaron? Am I on the same track as everybody here?
Yes, we have 3 items left. I mentioned the parking item earlier. I'm actually going to handle the staff presentations for the remaining 3.
Are you? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, Andrea's here still. Okay. Andrea's going to quickly do the first one. And we have 2 items that have to go tonight. So
Okay.
one is the next one.
That's right. 27, it is under community development, is consideration of resolution 22-49 approving a proposed renaming of 2 private roads located within the Perella Estates project area. And Ms. Luz, please provide a presentation. I think you're the one, right?
I am. Thank you very much. And good evening, members of the council and members of the public. I'm Andrea Aus, Community Development Director. Perella Estates is currently under construction. They have private roads within the subdivision. The developer has asked to rename 2 of those roads. Hillary Avenue would be proposed to be renamed to Perella Lane, and Blacker Road is being proposed to be renamed to Applegate Lane between Jefferson Boulevard and Antioch Road. And we are doing so tonight because people are starting to move into those homes and they need to get addresses. So in order for us to facilitate the final inspections and sign-offs of those homes, we need to establish the street names. So with that, members of the council and Mayor Guerrero, that concludes my presentation and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Very quick presentation. Ms. House, Councilmember Alcala.
Just real quick, I just have a question. Who decides what the streets are going to be named?
Usually the developer will propose the street names and then we'll review them to make sure they're in line with our policies for street naming.
Right. Mayor Pro Tem Orozco.
I'd like to move the recommended action.
All right, I'm going to hold off on that and continue further comment questions among the council members. And if there are none, I'm going to open it.
Just real quick, I was just thinking it would be wonderful if once in a while we named a street after maybe someone, who would make contributions to West Sacramento, and just kind of throw that out there. And people like Fidel Martinez, or just something to sort of consider. Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Alcala. And no comments and questions. I'll open it up for public comment at this time. Are there any requests to speak, Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. We have 2 members of the public that have their hands raised. Our first speaker is Ms. Luna.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Lorraine Luna, and I am representing the Martinez family that lives to the east of the Perella Estates. So the family has lived there for over 50 years, since 1969, and they own almost 6 acres that is adjacent to Perella Estate. The property is adjacent to Blacker Morton Canal, and the Blacker Road easement is on the Martinez property. The easement is used to access the property owner's home and their additional acreage. It's also used by the Reclamation District to maintain the waterway of Blacker Morton Canal. Our concern is that the proposed name change would alter the use of the easement by increasing traffic, which would impact the homeowner's privacy and compromise the security of the property. The homes that are adjacent, not just the Martinez home, but the other homes that are adjacent to the Blacker Canal and easement have taken advantage of the open space and privacy and the wildlife that are part of this rural community. These homes that are occupied do not have fences facing the easement and Blacker Canal. This is part of the great appeal of living in and around Perea Estates with its claim to live in natural surroundings. Our open yards and visual access to the waterway would be lost if the name change is followed by an increase in traffic. The community of Perea Estates and the surrounding community are unique in that they've been built around waterways that are home to a variety of waterfowl and numerous wildlife. If we needed to secure our property and safety due to increased pedestrian traffic, we would lose the reason why we lived there by having to live in our fenced areas, in our fenced yard. The reason why we moved to this area is to enjoy the beauty, space, and security that living near a semi-rural waterway gives us. Additionally, we have concerns that a change to the street name may alter the easement rights and ownership. So until we are assured in writing that our concerns will be addressed, we are against the name change of Blacker Road. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maria Grijalva. Ms. Grijalva?
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I was just going to...
Oh, I'm sorry. One moment, please.
Okay, how about...
My apologies, Ms. Grijalva. I will start your time over.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I was just going to echo Member Alcala's suggestion to name the streets after a distant family member that's been around for a while. And I was actually going to suggest the Castro family, even though they're not in the area. But thank you for doing this. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Our next speaker is, I believe, Mr. Eklund.
Actually, it's, for the record, it's Irene Eklund.
My apologies.
That's okay. It's what it says on the screen. I have a couple concerns. What is the history of the current names of those streets in the history of West Sacramento? And Blacker has other homes on it. So does that affect their addresses and the name of their street also? And normally, new development, the developer gets to pick the names of the streets. But in my 76 years of living in West Sacramento, I've never heard of a developer changing the names of streets. So I'm a little concerned about why we're doing this. That's all I have. Please take it into consideration. This is history. Thank you.
We have no additional hands.
Thank you, Madam, for closing the public comment, bringing it back to council. And Councilmember Alcala.
I would like Andrea to answer, why are the names being changed?
It is not atypical to have a developer seek a name change to facilitate the newer residences that are coming in a subdivision. In this case, my understanding was this was going to be part of to give the development its own identity by having particular street names associated with Perella Estates. The center spine, the main street through Perella Estates would be Perella Lane, so that is seemingly a reasonable request. And as far as Applegate Lane, that is not something I can directly answer because I have not spoken to the developer about that particular name change.
Okay, Andrea, thank you for answering that. I just like historical context. I like history. I like to keep some things, remnants of the past. So thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilmember Early.
So Andrea, just to make sure I'm following, you started with saying that the developer wanted to change the names just to give the new residences addresses. But if there's already a name on the street, they do have an address, right?
Actually, Perella Court, which is sort of the main spine, is not addressed. These are private streets, I should also add. And this is a subdivision that has existed since 1913. So this was not something that came recently to the city. It was already divided, and the subdivider basically purchased the land as is and then provided for the modern street layout that they're seeking the naming for now. And so using their naming conventions and wanting to give Perella neighborhood its identity, they have chosen the street names that are proposed in the staff report.
Councilmember Ledesma.
Thank you. This is when 10 years of being on the planning commission comes in handy and understanding private words and roads and what developers can and can't do, and our naming policy. That's 10, 11, 12 years of council, but we have naming policies which can help facilitate all the things that were brought up tonight. But in short, this is something that happens, especially the 2000s, being on the planning commission, then there was a lot of this going on because of privately held properties that people had, and they're looking to subdivide them, and they create road names and whatever else. It happened down the street with, my God, what's the name of the court? Someone's going to help me up this down the street on London. But again, it happens quite a bit. So do we have a motion on the floor?
Yes, we do have a motion, Councilmember Ledesma. I just brought it back for, that was a second, thing that was said. I just opened it up for public comment.
No, I was waiting for public comment to complete. So I think Mayor Pro Tem made the motion. Is that right?
That's correct. I also have additional comment, but I'm waiting for.
Okay, I'll leave it be when you're ready. Thank
you so much. And I do want to respond to the concerns that I've heard from the first speaker. And I think that I understand the concerns, but I do know that there's a process, there's a separate process. This is a naming process of the streets, and there is a separate process as it relates to environmental issues. And this is not, we're not making a decision about that on this today. It really is about naming a street and renaming some streets. I am sympathetic to preserving, our history. However, this is a whole new development that we're considering, and given that we do have a developer, who's been historically with us for, a couple of generations as well. So they're pretty sensitive, I think, and understanding. And so, I'm going to, I think that there's been some thoughtful approach towards applying the names here. And so I'm supportive of this, and just wanted to make sure that I provided that feedback. And I know there was a lot of work put into this. I know the developer's interested in speaking right now. And that should have happened during public comment at this point. And I don't know if it's going to make a difference. So, I will open it up for public comment for the applicant to come back in and speak. So, Madam Clerk, please open it up, and we have Mr. Hart ready to speak about this.
Mr. Hart?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
if you can give us a minute here. We did open it up for public comment. I'm reopened it up for you.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't realize that. I just wanted to address Irene's comments. The names are chosen over the history. And believe me, I would love to name a street after Fidel when the time comes. Believe me, absolutely. But these names are named after the Perella family, which owned all of the land basically north or east of the bike trail, where I'm building here and even over there on Allen. And there's not a single street named after this family, even though they've owned it since the 1920s. So in fact, when I did the Capitol Estates project, I named the streets Gabri and Beltrami, and much to my chagrin, I got my rear end chewed because Mr. Perella explained to me that that property was his grandfather's as well. So this is an 85-year-old man telling me that his grandfather in 1920 bought that, and his aunts owned that and named it, and we named him after his cousins instead of the actual owner, which was a Perella. So all of them, including Applegate, which was the last sister married in Applegate, and that's how I chose that name. Every single name has an historical, long-term significance to the city. I just wanted to let everybody know. I have no problem. I would name a street after Fidel in a heartbeat.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Appreciate that historical context. And I'll close the public comment, bring it back to council. And, sometimes when analysis is put together, some things are missing. And that's why I appreciate the public comment, giving us a little more context as to, what's going on. And that helps a lot. So with that, Councilmember Ledesma, I'm fine.
I'll second the motion.
And Madam Clerk, we have, I think, Mayor Pro Tem Orozco, who put the motion in, and Councilmember Ledesma, who seconded. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Early. Aye. Councilmember Alcala.
Aye.
Councilmember Ledesma.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco.
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero.
Aye. This item is approved. We have item 28, which will be continued. Do we need a vote for that?
On that one, because the public hearing, I believe, has been noticed, and Jeff can confirm, we need to, I believe, open the public hearing and then continue it to June 1st. Correct, Jeff?
Yes, we would typically open the public hearing in case anyone is still here who wants to talk on that item. And then continue it to a date certain, in this case, June 1st.
Right.
Do we need to vote for the continuance?
Yes.
Alrighty then. So item 28 under Economic Development and Housing is a public hearing and consideration of Resolution 22-53 amending the preferential parking fees in the city book of fees and approving a new accounting technician 1, 2, 3 and associated appropriations. You're going to be, you won't be doing a presentation, but you are asking for it to be continued, so we'll need a motion for that. But at this moment, I'll open it up for public comment. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Anybody would like to make comment on item 28, please raise your hand at this time. Oh, I believe my apologies, Mr. Allen, if you would like to speak on item 28, please raise your hand again. Thank you. The first speaker, our only speaker is Timothy Allen. Mr. Allen?
Hey guys, so I had a question for the mayor. So as I well know, when I went to do the, and this is about the parking fees and all that, like you mentioned the fees that were in there, all these fees. When I went to go apply to my new apartment, I noticed that for the parking, I had to pay $150 a month just to park my little Civic on the side of the road. So I wanted to know, Mayor Martha, is this like all these parking fees, like what are they necessary? Like why are they a thing? And that's it for me.
Our next speaker is Ms. Eklund.
Hello?
Oh, Mr. Eklund, my apologies.
Yes. And I'd like to comment that in a city of 21.5 square miles, the Washington area is the only one that requires a parking permit. Now, I'd ask you city council members to think about that for a moment. And one of the issues is it's being sold by staff as grandfathering in the existing residents. And for me personally, that's not an issue, as property that my wife and I own in the Washington district has been in my family for over 70 years. So therefore, we're still at the $5 a month.
$5.
Well, whatever it is, month or 6 month, whatever it is. Anyway, this is being sold as a no impact on existing residents. Now, this is brought on because we have affordable housing being moved in, and these people obviously are on the lower end of the socioeconomic scale. So what we're giving them in housing, we're going to ask them to pay at this point, starting next month, $95, which will increase to $150. And so this little Washington area is now creating a parking bureaucracy within the city of West Sacramento. So that does impact people who cannot afford it. So that is what this proposal will do, is to create a bigger bureaucracy, which apparently just started in 2018, according to the parking manager, who now needs an assistant to help administer this. So I would like you all to think about this carefully and the impact it has on this little neighborhood, which is the only one in the large city of West Sacramento that has this requirement. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maria Grijalba. Ms. Grijalba?
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I would like to echo the sentiments of Irene and Nell, and also of Timothy. I hope that it's not 150 that he would have to pay if he gets that apartment in the Bridge District. Even $95 is outrageous. I remember when this parking issue came up when Cabaldan was in office, and I remember him snickering when the conversation came up because somebody had said that it was outrageous, and that the commenter had said that this had been sold to them as like a paradise, but now they had to pay for outrageous amount for parking, and that they were objecting to this. That was the public comment back then. But anyway, it's a way to make money, and I completely agree that I think it's the Constitution that says that we should not create a fee or a service that a poor person cannot afford, because that becomes unconstitutional or something to that effect. And so in Cabaldan's way, it's gentrification. In other words, it's a way to push poor people out, and a way that only certain people that can afford to pay $95 a month for parking can afford to live there, and therefore pushing poor people out. And so grandfathering it's not okay, because those people should never have to pay anything themselves. So anyway, thank you for this opportunity to speak.
We have no additional speakers, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Closing the public comment, and there is no presentation on this item or discussion among the council members. We are going to continue this item as requested by the city manager.
Madam Mayor, I'll go ahead and make the motion to continue it to June 1st.
All right, may I have a second?
Second.
All right, council member, who was it? Alcala, who said second? Okay, then, and Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Early?
Aye.
Councilmember Alcala?
Aye.
Councilmember Ledesma?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco?
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero?
Aye. Okay, we will hear this at our next meeting. And next item is item 29 under the fire department. It's a public hearing to consider objections to the proposed removal of weeds. Fire Marshal.
It'll be Fire Marshal Aaron tonight. So Fire Marshal Johnson just has a new baby in the house and thought we should send him home a little earlier since he's probably awake all night anyway. But on that last item, I just want to clarify, there were speakers, didn't expect that, but there will be a full presentation, continuance of the public hearing. Our parking manager will be there to answer questions. So I encourage anyone that spoke tonight to be there for the June 1st part. This item is the public hearing that we do annually on the weed abatement program. Starts in April, where we do the resolution to begin the process. We set the public hearing, and then we notify all of the property owners that are potentially impacted. In the report, there were 900 parcels that were noticed. So tonight is the protest hearing. So if a property owner that was noticed for weed abatement has an issue with the notice they received, they're able to make comments tonight. And then they have until May 20th to cure the issue to avoid the assessment, because that's what happens. We go in and do the work, assess the properties, and we're able to be paid through property taxes, essentially. So it's a public hearing, and if there's protest, then they can voice them tonight, and I'll make sure the fire marshal watches the meeting in case we get any of those. That's all.
All right, thank you. And I'll open it up for questions or comments among the council members. If not, I will bring it over to Madam Clerk, public comment.
If anybody would like to provide public comment on item number 29, please raise your hand at this time. We have one comment. Okay. Mr. Allen?
Oh, every time you say Allen, it reminds me of Private Allen. They always used to say that in the Army. But anyways, I mean, fires are a hazard. I mean, if we're building all these, apartments for low and high income housing, you know, it's definitely safety first, and getting these parcels of weeds are definitely something that we should do. I mean, I don't see why we shouldn't do that. But yeah, thank you.
We have no additional hands raised, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Closing the public comment, bringing it back to council. Councilmember Early.
Yeah, just real quick, because I understand it's late, but that's actually exactly just the one comment that I did have is that this is coming up really, really late, and it would have forced someone to stay on for essentially hours and hours. And so that I just want to note the fact that if there aren't anyone that potentially are impacted by this that are on, it could also be because of the late hour.
That said, perhaps, sorry, if I may.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco, yes and no.
It'd be good to probably put something like this a little up front next time, so that way if we have these big ticket items, we're not here at midnight.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. This is an unprecedented meeting, so I think that this was not our plan to have any of these items follow the district item, but for the same reasons, we wanted to put that item up front. So the other thought I had is that these are written notices. There's usually back and forth with the fire department. If anyone was there, I'll ask Brian to make sure that someone submitted written comments and maybe was here earlier and
Thank you.
didn't comment, then we'll make sure we do some outreach there.
I would appreciate that, because this was a lot to hang in on, and we want to make sure everyone has a fair chance to voice their opinion on this particular thing, if they're impacted.
Okay. I appreciate the workload that the fire marshal puts into establishing this. I know I get a lot of weed complaints among their neighbors, and it's quite a process. It's a lot happening out there, so I know he's kept pretty busy. So if there are no other comments, questions, or feedback, I'll accept a motion to approve. It's a public hearing, so we don't need any action, right?
I believe, hang on, let me just sure.
It's just a public hearing, what I see.
The recommendation is to conduct a public hearing and direct staff to proceed with the weed abatement program. So to me, that's an action.
I'll move the recommended action.
All right.
Seconded.
All right, Councilmember Ledesma moved, Councilmember Early seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Early?
Aye.
Councilmember Alcala?
Aye.
Councilmember Ledesma?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco?
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero?
Aye, thank you so much, Madam Clerk. This item is approved. We don't have on the agenda any items for appointments, but we do have 2 vacancies in the Board of, one in the Board of Appeals and one in Arts Culture Historic Preservation Commission, which will need to get filled. I just wanted to remind staff to see if we need to put out a request for applications, or if you could provide guidance to council on whether or not we can get those filled in the next meeting, that would be very helpful. We do have our council assignments to go over tonight. And are there any council updates under our assignments?
Mayor, in the essence of time, could we put this back towards whenever the next meeting is, for this catch everybody up? It's a late night. Right? That's my suggestion to you, Mayor.
Oh, I hear you. And I will have a much longer, yes, if we may have a very long meeting in the next meeting too, because it'll be a discussion about.
I'm sure council members will keep their remarks to understand it, but it's 12:15, so that's my recommendation. So
Thank you so much. And if there is no council communication, I am ready to move to the next item, which is our council calendar.
Good evening, no report tonight.
Thank you so much. City manager report?
No other report, thanks.
Thank you. City attorney report?
No report.
Thank you. Future agenda items, none, and I'll make accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Early?
Aye.
Councilmember Alcala?
Aye.
Councilmember Ledesma?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Orozco?
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero?
Aye. Good night, everybody.